Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Board of Commissioners zoning work session, August 14th, 2025. The time is now 10:04. Chelsea, you want to lead us off?
Yes, sir. So the first item that we can talk about will be the home occupation and residential business ordinance. If you would like to start there, we can go through that, and then we can move into the zoning districts.
And I think as a background on that, if you recall it's two different types of permits that you're talking about there. The lighter version is the home occupation, and then the slightly more intense use, which is why there's there's a Board of Commissioner approval requirement for it, would be the residential business. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Chelsea I guess we'll start on the lighter one.
Yes, sir. So we can start on home occupation, and I'm actually going to invite Miss Jennifer Rose to come up, as she was the one who specifically worked on amending the ordinance. So I know she has information for you.
Good morning, Jennifer Rose, Planner 1. So I'll start off by presenting an overview of the current and then the proposed home occupation. So the objective here is just to create a clear enforceable standard between the home occupation from what is current to what is going to be proposed. So currently, the home occupation is conducted entirely within a dwelling, the family members only, no customers or clients allowed, and incidental, to residential use. Outside of that, there's no other definitions that are provided. So the proposed is going to expand the definitions. It's more defined as what the home occupation is going to be to current, but allow the principal dwelling and also accessory structures. So currently on the home occupation, it only allows for AR1, AR2, R1, and R2 districts. And in the proposed, that's actually going to be for all districts.
And let me kind of give you a background, if I can, of just what a home occupation really is aimed at. So let's say somebody has a very small plumbing business, and they have like one van. They don't really have the the revenue to justify having an office at a separate location. They can then register the business at the home address, and that effectively operates as the office. So I think the key thing there is you're not really running the business necessarily out of the home. It's really operating as kind of out of the the office, and allows them to register the business at the home. And so no customers come, and so on and so forth. But I just wanted to give you clarity as to kind of who this is geared towards.
So this is administrative, basically work only there. Gotcha.
Pretty much, that's right.
With a company vehicle.
Yeah, and then so they park. They can park their van. And we kind of give the definitions. I don't want to steal her thunder. There at night, but other than that, it is just kind of a little administrative office.
Gotcha.
And then as far as the approval of the requirements, that's going to be provided by, the zoning administrator. And then currently there's not a renewal process, whereas in the proposed, we're going to tie that into where they have to renew their home occupational license annually. As far as the space limitations, in the principal dwelling, it must be a bona fide residence of the practitioner, no more than 25% of the heated floor area, and 500 square feet, whichever is less. So that is going to stay the same in the proposed, except it's just adding in that it applies to a dwelling or a code-compliant accessory structure. And either one, whichever option that the applicant chooses, that has to be input on the application. And then as far as the structural modifications, those remain the same between the current and the proposed. And also the clients or customers, that remains the same as well, because neither one are going to be allowed to have customers or clients allowed on the premises.
So it should just look like a house.
Yes. What has changed in the proposed versus the current ordinance is there was nothing listed as far as disposal of waste or anything that contributed to environmental standards. So in the proposed, that actually is broken down with where they cannot do any burning, burying, storage restrictions, no hazardous materials, and then, or anything that creates odors beyond what is normal household. And then when it comes to the vehicles, they currently are allowed, excuse me, they're currently allowed to have one business vehicle that does not exceed the 1-ton capacity. And the proposed, the size and weight will remain the same. We're also including to have one additional utility trailer that does not exceed a 5x8. That is non-commercial, where they are not allowed to have any type of visible equipment or materials, and it would need to be stored either in garage or in the rear yard. And the difference between the current ordinance and then what we were proposing regarding the deliveries and pickups. So currently they are allowed to have 2 pickups and delivery per day by a vehicle that does not exceed more than 2 axles. So that is something that has been revised in the proposed, where there's not a limited amount of deliveries as far as that goes. But even if they do have the deliveries, the 2 axles still remains in place. So that way there's no issues with the roads or traffic.
And the logic behind that was that, what you all deal with is, Amazon, for whatever reason, can deliver everything to your house in one trip in a day, or they could take 3 trips. There's just no kind of rhyme or reason as to, and we can't cause Amazon to essentially consolidate their trips. So it's very difficult to control, and it's very difficult to enforce. But I think the point here is that you don't want container trucks coming in and making deliveries. That it's just a standard UPS or Amazon delivery vehicle is what we're talking about.
Gotcha.
And then as far as the duration and renewal process goes, currently an applicant applies and it is approved by the zoning administrator, there is no renewal requirement. So as long as that individual, remains at their residence and they're operating that business, there's no need for, they could be there however many years and they never have to do a renewal process. So with the proposed.
That business license, I guess, is annual, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So in the proposed, it's actually going to be where they have to do a annual renewal, just to make sure that they are still in compliance with everything. And then also it gives the county an option to do inspections at that time if any kind of issues have arisen along the way or something seems objective. And then as far as the enforcement and appeals go, currently there's no enforcement or appeals section. So the proposed is actually, it details enforcement inspections, And then also, if they're not in compliance, they can get fines, penalties along those lines. So that way it kind of puts a little restriction there. So even though, because a lot of times we'll see how these home occupations end up turning into these residential businesses because there's so much leeway. So I feel like that puts a more confined restriction on it as well. And that's all I have for you on this home occupation.
Jennifer, if you could discuss the difference with the noise.
Yeah, I was about to
in the-
ask that.
Between the current and the proposed.
J, item J.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the current ordinance, as far as the noise and different types of nuisance goes, currently there is nothing that actually is established for noise, dust, vibration, all these other nuisances that, because you would think that there wouldn't be if
Well,
it's just considered a home
Let
occupation.
me just kind of correct that. So the current standard for noise is that there shall be no noise associated with the business. And that we deemed as problematic because if you have a vehicle for the house and the vehicle makes a noise pulling out of the driveway, like it will, or if somebody's kind of doing insurance, selling insurance from a home office in there, and they decide to, sit on the front porch and, talk on the phone, well, all those are technically violations of that, what is, I think, is a very austere requirement with noise. But we also realize that you don't want anything that's kind of deemed a nuisance. And so nuisance is kind of based more on, it's more subjective. And so we clearly outline that you can never do anything that violates the noise ordinance, which is decibel based. But that is a rather very loose requirement in that something that violates the noise ordinance is still very loud if it's consistent. And so the idea on just moving the noise ordinance to a nuisance standard it makes it more enforceable because there's no way you could effectively run a home occupation if you say no noise whatsoever. And so that's kind of the changes that we put in on that. It's just something that, even if it's not bothering anybody, someone doesn't like seeing a plumber's van in the driveway, right? That's not illegal. But them making a noise pulling out of the driveway is, so I'm just going to call on that every day. And so we wanted to make it something that's fair but enforceable, so that if there are complaints and the code enforcement can make an interpretation that this noise is a nuisance, they can cite them on that, and if the owner feels it's not a nuisance, they can take it to the magistrate and make their case there. But that's kind of what what we think is kind of a reasonable halfway point into making this a little bit more fair but enforceable. And then, of course, she added the all of the other stuff are, odors, vibrations, fumes, glare, all that stuff, is still a violation. Just the noise is the one that's more subjective.
Because it is a residential area. So
What'd you say?
I said, because it is a residential area ultimately. And
That's
this is a privilege, not a right. So
That's right. And did we have hours on the previous one?
No, sir, it actually just stated that it was during daylight time.
Yeah, so we established hours 7 AM to 7 PM, just,
And not on Sunday,
what?
and not on Sunday.
And not on Sunday, that's right.
Monday through Saturday, yeah.
That's right.
Just to be devil's advocate, because I always look at it from the other side, like, because I know it says 5x8 trailer, which is great, but your neighbor can race cars as a hobby and park a big old huge trailer in his yard. Is that argument gonna be made? Why can he have that big old trailer? You know, I'm just trying to.
It is, but the issue here is that, he doesn't have to get a permit to operate that trailer there from the county,
That's right. That's
right? And so it doesn't really give us any, ability to regulate even if we wanted to. But we figure that since running a business requires a county permit, that it becomes it's not an automatic right. It's something that has to be applied.
I'm good.
for.
Just I wanted to.
That's
as long as
the
we have
argument.
a consistent
Yeah.
answer for that,
Yeah,
you know.
that's the
that-
argument I would make is
you know.
that businesses are different. They do
Yeah.
require county permission and a
'cause
license to
He
operate.
could technically have both.
You could.
Yeah.
You could.
The HOA may stop the big trailer anyway.
Well, that's a whole nother.
If it's in a
And-
subdivision.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting point because we did find some stuff in the old ordinance which we felt that's really more of an HOA ground, and that was there shall be no exterior signage on on the van, and I'm like, do we really want to make somebody like peel off magnets every time they get home? I mean, that if they don't want it to have
If they
the
work for a business.
yeah, that's right.
They're strictly an employee.
And they're taking their
drive that home.
employee car home. So we just made that, we just said, you know what, let the HOA enforce that, and we'll just put the limitations on the type of vehicles.
And we can, I mean, home occupation is gonna be done by staff levels, all right?
Yes.
Is there any variance to where if, for example, they got a 5x10 trailer that they could conditionally approve that?
Well, we do have a process where that if we deny something in this at a staff level, it can be appealed. Like if someone comes to us and says that this, I want to do this, and it's a home occupation, we say no, that's a residential home business. That or for some reason we say no, you can't do that. There is a appeal process that then they can then take it to the board.
Are the assets for the business part of the application? Like, would they have to list a trailer as the business trailer?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And the
based on this
location
one.
that they plan on putting it.
Gotcha, okay.
So we can, that's the home occupation. I think the one that's a little bit more, that requires probably a little bit more review is residential home business, just because those cases can, if they are not regulated properly or put enough conditions on it, have the potential to be disruptive to the neighborhood. And so I'll let Jennifer kind of go through the changes, which is why you notice it's a much thicker ordinance.
Before I start on the residential business, was there anything else as far as the home occupation goes that could be addressed? No? Okay. Okay, so with the proposal
Oh,
here,
I did have, I'm sorry.
okay.
On the enforcement side, if we have consistent violations, what is can they lose their license for X amount of time, or?
I believe that should be in there,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, so, so we just put it as, as C, so violations may result in revocation of the approval.
Okay,
Notices, fines, and other penalties per the county ordinance,
Okay.
depending on what they're violating.
Gotcha. I saw we were more specific in the residential business as far as the timeframes, at least in the proposal anyway.
Time,
oh,
go ahead,
go
you
ahead.
go ahead.
I was also going to just mention that this proposed ordinance does also makes these businesses subject to periodic review, and one of the number 4 under that is that revoke or deny renewal of license if violations are found. So we do have that ability to say, you know,
Okay, so
we
we can
can do a
revoke it.
periodic review.
anytime.
And yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so moving on here to the residential business. So we're gonna start with, the proposal is more of setting up a framework of what we're trying to make more enforceable, more stricter guidelines. Because currently it is set up to where, let's see, current ordinance establishes a simple regulatory structure, which is rather similar to what the home-based occupation currently is, how that currently is written. So the proposal, it's going to focus more on comprehensive regulatory framework, including more detailed definitions, more operational measurable standards. It expands the prohibited uses, annual review requirements, and then also a robust enforcement mechanism. It also establishes regulations for residential businesses to ensure use remains clearly secondary to the principal residential use of the property. It's set up to preserve the neighborhood character and protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So we're gonna move on here to the current ordinance. As far as the definition goes, it's just very basic. It just simply states what residential business is in general terms. So the proposed actually has a total of 17 different definitions, more of a breakdown, and it also gives a broader definition to what employees are, since this is going to be where workers or one non-residential employee is able to visit the residence. So the broadness of employee has been defined, that includes contractors, gig workers, volunteers, and other categories. It also is set up to clarify what incidental use is. So it sets up a criteria for outdoor activities and property access. It also has a limited outdoor use of the rear yard, which will be required, that will require authorization by the board upon specific findings and conditions. That would include a maximum outdoor activity area, the setbacks, screening, noise limit, prohibits equipment, and the maximum attendance.
So Jennifer, if I may, I think with that allowing the rear yard to be utilized, that would allow things like a daycare. That way they're not just confined to keeping, you know, the children in the home. They can use their backyard for, you know, a play area.
But it's not by right, again, it's a conditional approval that you can just say it has to be fully screened or whatever. It's one of those things, since I think this is not staff approved. This is approved by the Board of Commissioners, every one of these residential home businesses, and so it becomes subject to the conditions that you all want to put on the business.
Looks like go ahead, I'm sorry, and I'll let you finish.
And that was it regarding the definitions.
We added accessory structures to residential business as well.
We did, yes, sir.
Okay, so then currently on the residential business, it actually has it stated that before the commencement of a residential business, that it requires the planning board approval. And that the approval remains valid as long as the practitioner is residing in that dwelling. So the proposed actually has changed that to where it requires the conditional use permit from the board. That would need a renewal.
Board of Commissioners.
Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry, yes, Board of Commissioners. That would also put in place that a renewal must be applied for annually, and that the applicant also would need to include in the application a sworn affidavit, a detailed floor plan, and also a business operational schedule. It also states that the county or its authorized agents may conduct unannounced site inspections. So that just kind of covers if anything seems not right that's going on, that they're able to go out there and address the situation. Moving on to the operational standards. So the current ordinance has the limit of 35% of the dwelling or up to 700 square feet. So that would remain the same in the proposed. It also has prohibited group assembly. The hours of operation were stated that the business can be conducted Monday through Saturday during daylight hours. So that has been updated to reflect the Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then with no business being conducted or deliveries on Sundays or county holidays unless otherwise approved by the board. So currently, the ordinance reads that it allows one non-resident employee, so that would remain the same on the proposed as well. As far as the measurable noise, it currently has, it doesn't have anything regarding the noise, but the proposed is going to be that the noise not exceed the 55 dBA at any property line during permitted hours and 50 dBA at other times, with no amplified outdoor sound.
And so this is consistent with our noise ordinance. It's actually slightly less than what the noise ordinance
Correct.
currently.
Because currently
allows.
It's 50 to 60, right?
Right,
Residential.
yes, sir. So then moving on to the proposed, because currently, the current ordinance doesn't have anything that is defined as far as the site and parking restrictions. So in the proposed, that has been addressed, so that way it covers that no truck-based deliveries or pickups are permitted in connection with a residential business outside of the expected U.S. mail or commercial parcel services like USPS, UPS, the FedEx. And that also that the deliveries have the standard passenger vehicles, including the non-commercial vans or light trucks with no more than 2 axles, and not to exceed more than the 2 per day.
How are you since you brought it up with the Amazon deliveries, how are you gonna enforce that? On the other
Yeah,
one, you
and-
know, that's sort of, if you're gonna say you couldn't really enforce it on that one, how you gonna enforce it on this one?
Yeah, and again, I think it would be difficult. Of course, we made this a kind of an extreme situation where that if they have more than 8 deliveries a day, I mean, that's excessive, but that, I will agree, that is a very difficult item to enforce unless somebody,
Complaints.
unless we're monitoring the house all day, which we're not going to, or a neighbor, decides, through a Ring camera or something like that, says, look, he's got 20 deliveries in one day, this is ridiculous. But it would require proof, right? And And surveillance is really the only way that you're going to get proof.
Which isn't hard to do anymore.
That's true.
Our definition of employee, because a subcontractor technically is not an employee. So you could have a resident that has 10 subcontractors working there. So should we refine that a little bit?
To
Because an employee works
Include
directly
a-
for the person, the subcontractor is just, no different than your
so say
appliance.
contractor or subcontractor, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just something to clearly define what an employee is. I see we have a non-resident employee, which is clear,
Yeah.
but we know people like to push bounds, so why don't we go ahead and sew it up and push, includes contractors and subcontractors as well into that mix.
Okay, because we do have contractors as a non-resident employee restriction.
Right.
I think to your point, is, well, he's not a contractor of mine, he's,
Yeah, he's
Good.
my appliance guy's here fixing my stuff for me.
Yeah,
I just
so-
happen to have an appliance business. So.
contractors or subcontractors we can put in there.
And if they want to come, and ask for more, I mean, they have the opportunity to do that, so.
That's right, and they can do it at any, if they don't want it at first and they want to do it later, they do it the right way, then they simply reapply to amend the conditions of approval to you all.
I'm done. Sorry.
Okay, so moving on to the next section here is to address the outdoor activity. So currently, the ordinance reads that the residential business requires full enclosure. It prohibits outside storage and display, which will remain the same in the proposed. In the proposed, it's just also addressing regarding the outdoor activity, which shall be limited to the rear yard only if approved by the Board of Commissioners. And then not to exceed the 200 square feet with a minimum of 20 feet from all property lines. Screened in by a 6-foot oblique fence with supplemental landscaping, no outdoor use of power equipment except during permitted hours. And again, all that would be if the board approves it for that conditional use. And then here we're going to move on to the architectural and environmental standards. So the current ordinance currently reads that it requires additions match the neighborhood, and it prohibits the outside storage and display. So the proposed actually is going to just reword it to where it's more retains the character requirements, but defines approved business area, requires renovation disclosures. Any modifications or additions must match the architectural character. It also sets up the set hazard material thresholds. And again, this also addresses the no burning, burying mandates, the odor, venom control, and as far as when it comes to waste and unsanitary conditions. So the next section here, we're going to move on to the prohibited uses. The current ordinance has that the prohibited vehicles that it prohibits the vehicle repairs, large-scale manufacturing hazards, and noisy uses. The proposed actually expands the prohibition to include, but not limited to, like the following businesses: vehicles and equipment repair, appliance repair, retail sales, food and beverage service, group activities or assembly-based uses, hazardous and industrial operations, and also dispatch and commercial vehicle storage. And then the last section here is regarding the enforcement. So the current ordinance states that the authority to impose conditions, but it also lacks the detail of penalties. So the proposed ordinance is more defined, that it has a zero tolerance penalty for hazardous materials. Any violation in the mandatory results in mandatory revocation of the conditional use permit. That would be between 12 to 24-month ban on reapplication. Also a misrepresentation ban, so any person operating a residential business in violation of the provisions of the ordinance or failure to comply with the terms and conditions approval may result in revocation of the permit and prohibition of reapplication for, again, between 12 to 24-month period.
And I'll say on that, traditionally, with the exception of the hazardous material, which is zero tolerance, but, traditionally, usually based on a complaint, we'll go out there and give the guy a warning or person a warning that they have to come into compliance, here's where they're violating, and so on and so forth. And then it is, then if they continue to do it, then then we'll hit them with some sort of citation on it. But we didn't want to, if it's an egregious violation, we didn't want to limit it to, wanted to make it perfectly clear that we could actually revoke the use. And not just simply, cite you, then you go to, the judge or whatever. We can actually revoke the residential business permit.
So violations, just so I'm 100% clear, if we issue a fine, that goes automatically to magistrate. There's no arbitration process in between for.
No.
Okay.
No. So so if we issue a fine or citation, then it goes to the magistrate. I will say the one instance here that if it's we can do a stop work order on the site depending on the severity of the violation, right? If somebody's doing something clearly outside the bounds, and we're not going to say, all right, keep doing it until until the magistrate decides. We can, at that point, tell them that they've got to stop.
And I like that because there's a whole lot of, even though you got all this in here, there's a whole lot of, all of a sudden somebody starts doing something that's very disruptive.
Right.
So I like that.
Yeah, and they could very well just keep doing it, right? And then even though we're but then that goes to the magistrate goes, and if they keep doing it, they're in violation of the magistrate order. They can get a bench warrant. We've had instances where people were jailed because of code violations just because they simply didn't feel that anything would ever happen to them, and it does.
Is there any clear, defined escalation? So first offense is this, second offense is, or is that just determination by the magistrate judge?
Well, both, right? So for us, we do like some ability to actually look at the conditions on the ground and to determine what the next step is, whether it's a warning or a citation. But on the magistrate side, I think the escalation is that, that there's, and maybe we can get a little bit more detail on,
Yeah,
that if somebody violates an order by the court, what
I mean,
the
who sets
process
the,
is.
who sets the fine, basically?
Yeah.
Do we have a baseline that's set by the Board of Commissioners, or is that done by the magistrate? As far as the definition of violation is gonna be X amount. Second will be this, third, and the reason I
Well-
asked this, Tim, is because we have, it was just, I'll say this hypothetically. If someone says they're not gonna be compliant, they're gonna do what they want to.
Right.
So you've already got somebody that's being defiant straight up from the front. Should it arise to a second time before more swift action is taken to stop it?
Well, I think what we can put in there, one way to address that is to say, what we do in other portions of the ordinance, which we say, fines can be assessed at X, up to X amount per day, which I think is $1,000.
Okay.
And we can, so we cite them. They continue to operate in clear violation of the ordinance. Then it starts to accumulate. But then once he goes in front of the judge can make the determination as to the validity of those
Yeah,
fines,
it's
I
not
guess.
enforceable on our side. It's
Yeah,
on the.
there's not much,
on
yeah, I mean,
tourist
it
side.
ultimately is up to the magistrate to determine this, but we can assess the citations and the, and the fines, and then they take it to them.
Gotcha.
Yes, because currently in the proposed ordinance, what you were just mentioning, there is a tiered enforcement path. So it would start with a warning, a fine, suspension, and then revocation. So repeated or material violations would constitute grounds of revocation. And then there's a repeat violation ban also, where any business found in noncompliance more than once within a 2-year period would be permanently disqualified from the residential business operations. And then lastly here, there is a surveillance requirement. So businesses are subjected to video monitoring or time-stamped photo records of parking areas used upon county inspection demand.
So if they've got a camera, we can ask for the feed.
Does that allow us to surveil as well or no?
Oh, we're always allowed to surveil, from the
public?
right of way.
Yeah, right away,
Yeah.
yeah. Yep.
And that's all I have for you.
Question on signage. Signage that we have our signage ordinance.
Yes, sir.
How does that marry to this signage here? Do we want signs affixed to houses permanently, or do we want them out in the yard?
Well, there's nothing on the home occupation, no signs, but on this, I mean, it's like what, like a 12-foot
One-
by 12-foot or
One
something? I mean, 12,
non-illuminated, not to
One
exceed
square
1
foot.
square
Yes.
foot.
that's right,
That's pretty small.
yeah. And then I think we said affixed to the house, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Got it.
It would
Any-
be flush mounted to the primary structure.
right.
Cool.
Yes, sir. And so I think that is consistent with the current sign ordinance that we have here, especially since it does, again, say that it does need to be flush mounted. The last thing we want are like the little signs kind of in the yard that become a wind hazard when storms come through.
Did we, and just throwing this out there, I know we already have an ordinance for people dropping signs all over the place. Presently, should we add that into this because they are applying for a license? And it would be
So if they have a, and let me see if this, I got this right. So that if they have this might be part of the, we may make this part of the sign ordinance if it's not there, where we say that, that if you violate the sign ordinance by putting those little signs everywhere, on every corner in the right of
You could
way,
lose your
that-
business license.
that could result in the revocation of your county business
And
license.
there's no issue, I mean, and Phil and I discussed this, if you're building a home, if you're,
Right.
doing work on the premise and you want to advertise while you're there, go for it. I mean, that's just, more for you. But yank it up, when you're done, I guess. When you're
That's right.
complete with the project, so.
And we could, so the current sign ordinance has specific signs that are considered temporary signage, and those have to be picked up after 10 days after, an event or something of that nature. So we could add kind of that idea to that if you are.
It'd clean up a
Agreeable
lot of
to that.
areas, for sure.
Well, can't the county, I mean, if it's in the, if it's in the right of way, we can just pick them up, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right.
Yeah.
And honestly, if it's not in the right of way and it's a temporary sign,
It's,
a lot of times they'll put them on property
Vacant property.
that's vacant. We can, if it's a violation, we can do
Politicians
that
do
as
that
well,
too.
yeah.
Campaign signs.
I think we treat the political signage as event signage, right?
So,
'Cause we-
I know
yes,
Lincoln,
sir.
you had to get a
Political
permit.
signs and real estate signs, they need a sign, pretty much a temporary sign permit, but they are excluded from the other parts of the ordinance.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a refundable permit or something. we had to
Well, they get where they can't mow the side of the roads
Right.
without
Yeah.
making a mess if they hit them.
Well, that's what I'm concerned about, because yeah, they can pull them up, but they shouldn't have been there in
You're
the first
proposing
place, so.
tie it to this, which I don't think's a bad idea,
Yeah.
because it's just,
Well, it's just another level of, compliance and enforcement, that there's some kind of consequences for putting
Yeah,
your
'cause if it's a
stuff all over the
home-based
place.
business, we can say no signs. Maybe we could, under the signage.
Yeah, we
could
put every
allow-
pressure washer business on
Yeah, and that's, it
Yeah, we
gets-
can add that
it
in
gets
there.
crazy, yeah.
Just, we'll
It's
say,
ter- it gets
off-site
terrible out there in
signage
places.
violations of the
Mattresses.
sign ordinance,
Yeah. Now, they
related to
can come in
off-site.
and apply, couldn't they, for a permit if they wanted to? Just say, do we have a short-term permit for somebody that wanted to put things out? They'd have to specify where they
Yeah,
were.
yeah, so like for events and like the fairs and stuff like that, you can get a permit.
Just say you have a pressure washing business, since Forrest brought it up, and I wanted to advertise in county right-of-way at, high-volume intersections, for example, for 30 days. Do they have the ability to do something like that?
I think
Not
if
on the
it's an
right of way, I don't
event.
think they do.
Yes, only if it's an event.
think as a private
yeah,
business.
Yep, currently, right now, like you said, Commissioner
wouldn't
Kiefer,
say.
private businesses do not have that.
I don't wanna
ability.
get into that. You'd be, everybody and his brother would wanna put something out there. Well, if he can advertise, I can advertise.
Very good.
Thank you.
I'm done, thank you.
A lot of good changes, thank you.
Any questions from any of you guys out there on these? Come on up.
Good.
I do have several other questions I'd like to circle back to.
Get your name.
Oh, Caleb Schultz.
Yeah.
But first, why weren't these the ones that were posted in the agenda packet for the next commissioners meeting?
Be honest
Mr.
with
Chairman,
you.
I can answer that if
Yeah,
you'd like
go
me
ahead.
to. The deadline to have things submitted for the chairman, or for the Board of Commissioners packet, we put what we had corrected and what we had available. Since then, things have, adjusted a little bit, so we'll make sure that for that meeting, this additional information gets posted.
What is the deadline, Stephanie, for submissions? For the-
Upcoming,
Yeah, for advertised.
for advertise, the deadline is 5 o'clock
But we only advertise the agenda, the title.
Right,
We-
not the entire
Yeah, we
package.
go above and beyond and try and put the content out there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so we can change it as well. What?
We post the entire packet for the items. on the
Online.
agenda.
Online,
Yeah.
yeah.
So they'll be posted today by 5.
It's actually posted now,
Now.
but we know that this workshop was occurring, so it'll be updated in that packet before the meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah, and you'll see at times there'll be addendums too. It'll be, what was it listed, tentative, and then you get the final, because as it adjusts, so.
All right, and then I don't know, are we able to circle back to the home occupancy currently?
Mhm.
That one for the noise complaint, the noise considered a nuisance. All the other glare, odors, that things are perceptible from outside the dwelling. So why should noise not be held to the same standard?
Well,
Do you,
I believe that this gives us, instead of setting it to a dB level,
yep,
I've got something that's whistling constantly, it's 50 dB, but it aggravates me. That gives me a little bit more freedom to enforce that this is a nuisance as opposed to setting a set standard for it. Does that make sense?
And no noise is unacceptable.
Yeah,
There's no way you can
noise
have
is
no
just-
noise.
That's impossible. Is that how you kind of
Correct,
define
right.
it? So-
And so obviously, everything is held to the standard of the
Yeah,
noise ordinance.
Right, we have the
But-
baseline.
Yeah, but but noise that's considered a nuisance, and that could be, based on, the site visit from the code enforcement officer, then that would be a violation as well.
so then why is like glare and all the other things not perceptible from outside the dwelling? Because couldn't I make the same argument that you made, saying, oh, if somebody started up a car at 7 in the morning and were shining their headlights, wouldn't that constitute glare?
It's ridiculous.
Yep. So I'm saying, shouldn't the noise be a yes or no? Or do you guys have like the proper tools to measure the decibel level? And is
Yeah,
that something
yeah, we
that's
have-
checked
yeah.
on?
We have that.
Okay.
Those tools, correct? We don't have the tool, okay.
Sheriff's office has to do it.
Sheriff's office.
Sheriff's office has tools.
But the sheriff's office isn't typically called to enforce violations, right?
Correct. I mean, it's a purchase. We can purchase
Okay.
it. If we're gonna, part of this revision is because of all the stuff that is, been transpiring throughout the county. So if we need adequate tools to measure, then, I mean, we have to have that to be able to enforce it. Because I'll tell you personally, I got a ticket back when I used to have a bunch of subwoofers in my car. And I went to court and said, what did you use to measure it? And the officer couldn't say, so they threw it out. So we have to have something to, have a measurable, calibrated to enforce that fine, so.
The sheriff's office called, because I've had scenarios with that in my district. They do have the devices to measure the noise, so they
Well-
can do it.
And so, the issue is there is some subjectivity here because it says it shall, that are disruptive to the surrounding residential environment. And I can't imagine that somebody putting on their headlights is going to be deemed disruptive
Yeah, I
to
think
the
it would have to be
residential environment
atypical,
by code enforcement officer.
Constant running of something,
Yeah.
For example, I mentioned to them, we've had many storms here lately. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was running a generator all night and somebody called to complain about it. I mean, there's got to be times that, things have to be reasonable. Glare from headlights, get some blinds in your house. Pull your curtains. Anything that is what I call normal operation, because the intent is to allow someone to have a business but maintain the residential, it's a residential area,
Yeah.
not a business area, so.
Then also I did want to ask, it seems as it stands right now that the home occupation is more restrictive than the residential before these changes were taking place. But it seems that we've outlined a lot more in the residential with like the prohibited businesses and the different in-view requirements. Why are those not being added to the home occupation?
Well, the home occupation, as we discussed here, is, and I did mention this too, of giving some examples of what would be a home occupation, to have a measurable, maybe.
Yeah, so I mean, I think when you look at the basis for home occupation, it knocks out an enormous amount of, it automatically makes a majority of uses a violation, right? It has to be 100% within the home, can only use a certain square footage, nobody can come to the home, that sort of thing knocks out a majority of those uses. But once in the residential home business where you do allow customers can go to the house, then it reallows all of them to all of those uses. So then we turn around and restrict them even further because under the current uses, most of anything that we have that's in the residential home business that's not in the home occupation, cannot fit in the definition of a home occupation, and so that's why we don't have to specifically list them out. But home occupations, because it's a little bit broader and a little bit more permissive in some activities, we have to limit what those we have to put prohibited uses on there, specifically list them out.
I guess I just don't see, why not go ahead and do that with the home occupation, just to kind of take any interpretation out of it.
Well, that's a staff level decision, the home occupation is.
Mm.
So our staff should be able to recognize that this isn't a good fit and push it to Board of Commissioners for conditional approval under the residential.
Well, I think you are sort of, if I can add to it a little bit, if you say on the home occupation that there's no outside activities, then there's no need to restrict the outside activities.
Right.
Because you've already stated there can't be outside activities. Yeah. So there's no need to be specific about what will happen. If they do have the outside activities, they're already in violation, under the home occupation.
That's right.
So there's no need to add all those specifics that just convolutes things when you're trying to enforce something.
Keep it in the house.
Keep it simple. You can't have an outside activity and you have an outside activity, so you're guilty. It doesn't matter what the outside activity is. If it's related to your business, you can't do it. At least that's my view. So there's no need to be very specific in stating it, because it's just not allowed.
And there are public hearings on those, right?
For residential.
For the residential.
Yeah, for
Yes, sir.
residential.
Yeah, that's what I
Yes,
meant,
sir.
for the,
Right.
yeah.
And then we've also restricted things to the backyard, property lines, fencing has to be done as well.
Well, that's for residential
for
home business.
Or the
Residential.
residential
Yeah.
business
Yes.
rights,
Yeah.
differentiating between the two. Before there was the definition of a driveway at one point was determined to be part of the structure, which it's, by our definition is not. So it's really clearly defining the areas so that we have measurable enforcement, I'll put it that way.
And I also wanted to ask, is there any specification with runoff that's been added to the waste disposal sections?
The
With water runoff from a business or chemical runoff or any, so things like that, or have you left that up to the soil and water?
Would somebody in specifically to your case, for example, you're referring to pressure washing. So if you're using chemicals for pressure washing, do they have to, part of their application, they have to be environmentally friendly? Because they are going to storm drains.
Are they, see, we tend to look at things as to what is regulated by EPD.
Mhm.
And so
I would have to find that.
they are only allowed to use obviously regulated, anything that's approved by the EPD, or non-regulated.
Do we have that
But you-
stated in here? Is it somewhere in
We
the?
we can put in there that all uses have to
Comply with. EPD?
comply with EPD regulated.
Gotcha. That's a good point. Thank you. That's why it's a workshop.
And also, the last question that I had is, where did like the need for the backyard come from? Like, why would we need to have these types of businesses outside?
And we really only had one that we really considered where we wanted to make that, and which is why we made it conditional. But the one that we thought of is that, you know, you will have situations where someone will have like kind of a very small limited daycare facility in their house. And so if they wanted to use the backyard for a short period of time, the board can approve it with conditions. It's not automatic. And so, but that's honestly, that's the genesis of it.
And I believe too, we're still trying to maintain a residential appearance, but allow a business to be functioning there. Doing business in your front yard in a residential area doesn't fit a residential area.
What constitutes group assembly? Would that not be a daycare?
Yeah, but that's why if you look at the group assembly item on there, it specifically references let me find it real quick. It specifically referenced that exception. It's under,
Group activity prohibited, are you looking at the residential?
yeah, because that's the only
It's on
one.
page 27.
Okay. I don't have page numbers on
Group
mine.
instruction, group meetings, or other assemblies on the premises are not permitted. If that's what you're looking for, that
And one
part.
person meeting with the person at the home isn't a group.
Well, he was referencing a daycare for why it would need to be outside, and I
Just
feel like
making sure
typically
we're
that's
there.
more than
But,
one.
okay, so
child.
we'll simply do except where,
Childcare.
yeah, well, not even childcare, but except, you know, where approved under D5B, which gives the board, you know, that approval for that rear yard use. But we can say all assembly with the exception of that approved by the board under that subsection.
Now, doing these conditions, and I hate to dig so deep, but if, just say I have a residential business at my house, but I'm also having a kid's birthday party, which is at the same place that the business is at, does that restrict me from?
No, it's non-business related activity. So then we only regulate the business activity, so that if you want to, you know, like the trailer example.
I just wanted to be clear,
Yeah.
it's not an either or
That's right,
situation.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the trailer example is perfect. So you could only have a business trailer this size, but if the county does not have restrictions on a big boat trailer that's unrelated to the business, then you can do it.
Right.
And it's kind of the similar here. You're not kind of giving up any of the normal bundle of rights that you had with your property. You're just restricting the ones related to business.
That's got it.
I think that's all I got for right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Don't see any more?
Okay.
Move on.
So let's move on to the R districts, and we can start with R1. I know we've spoken about this a little bit. We had a workshop as well on R1 that we did get through, but let's start there. So if you remember, with all of the districts that we're currently working on, we have updated their intent statements just to make it, you know, clarify and make it more clear that what the intent of the R1 and all of the zoning districts are. So you'll see that as well. And I'm going to try and talk and control the computer here. Apologize. Again, so the intent statement, then that reference to the table of permitted uses. to make it more clear so that should you want to know what those uses are, just take a look at the table of permitted uses. One of the big things that we did come out of steering committee and that has been changed with R1 is at one point, if you had public community water or water and sewer, you could go down to 12,000 square feet. That has been removed. The smallest lot size in R1 now is half of an acre. So you will see that as well. Try to pull that up here. There you go. Again, required utilities, for just clarifying if you're going to have public or community sewer, what your minimum square feet does need to be. One of the biggest changes in R1 is we took the design standards from R5 and we've placed them in R1, minimizing some of them as R1 doesn't have to be as strict. So, for example, the sidewalk requirement, you can do a payment in lieu of, should this be something that you don't want to add. But again, just to support that walkability and infrastructure. So this would be more specific to those half-acre R1 developments, if you wanted to have the sidewalks.
Yeah, so that, I think the key thing is if you're gonna have larger lots, acre lots, then we don't apply the sidewalk requirements just simply because it's onerous for more, less dense and how do I put it, more kind of like rural type of neighborhood design.
But that should be the county's determination, not the developer.
Right.
Correct,
Yeah.
based on
I just wanna
based on
clarify- yeah,
based on
I
the
just
lot
noticed.
sizes, that's right.
Yes, sir.
It kind of sounds like he can kind of, or
Decide-
he,
no.
whoever can make that decision.
No, so if you have the half acre, then sidewalks are required. If you have more than the half acre, then sidewalks are not required. So again, the entrance feature, we did add that as well. So the features must be thoughtfully integrated into the site, and then minimal clearing within the required buffers shall be allowed to the extent necessary to accommodate the entrance feature. So, that was something that definitely came out of steering committee as well, having the ability to do a nice entrance feature for, and if you do have to clear, minimal clearing of the buffers for that.
And there is staff approval of that, so that somebody just doesn't clear everything and say, that's the entrance feature.
Yes.
So I cleared the buffers. It's kind of
The
pre-approval.
entrance feature, is that including a sign for the neighborhood?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that a mandatory thing or no?
Not necessarily. Normally, the developers like obviously putting them there, but we want, and I do think they enhance, in many cases, the neighborhood. So we don't want to say that, that it's a violation of the buffer ordinance to put them in. As long as they're thoughtfully designed and they have staff approval, you can do it.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, okay, so the entrance feature and whatever they do has to blend in, I'm assuming, into C, which is the exterior finishes, is that?
Of the homes?
Yeah.
Not really. Because you're not going to have a lot of, the homes themselves, the entrance feature is probably going to be, if it's a structure, it's probably going to be brick.
Gotcha.
I think the homes, we do allow, a variety of surfaces they can use, so we don't necessarily make it required to match.
On the vinyl, and this is just because I'm not familiar, Phil, there's probably plenty of people. This .04 in thickness, So you think that's good enough? Because I know I'm already riding by those places that the vinyl's just already messed up. So is that a good enough requirement so that we're not looking at that after a couple of years and it's?
Yeah, and we,
Yes.
you know, and this is where it is, are we going into a building requirement or are we going into architectural? And so we did the architectural, we did the more architectural, which is the thicker, just to prevent that really thin stuff that can melt with the reflections. This stuff potentially could melt as well, depends on the intensity of the light hitting it, but that comes from, we got some recommendations before from builders on, not from builders, but when we did the R5 requirement, we got some recommendations, and that's why we upped that to the thicker requirement.
Josh, what are the different sizes, I mean, thicknesses for vinyl?
Phil, you might.
Ryan, do you know
that.
by chance?
The thickness of the vinyl. There's probably somebody out there that knows too. Okay.
Ryan Thompson. I don't know all of them offhand. I think that .04 is a step above, but there's certainly some builders in the audience that might could answer that a bit better. But I think there's 5 or so different grades of vinyl in the industry. So I certainly am not an expert in the vinyl side and thickness.
Does anybody know? Please come forward and help us out here.
It starts at .035 and .04 is considered an upgrade. How a vinyl siding looks is a lot more important as to what is under, my lens fell out, as to what's under the vinyl siding and the nailing patterns. A really inexpensive way to build homes is to use something called T-ply, which is almost just like an insulated foam that they used to use on the outside of the homes. And when you nail vinyl siding to T-ply, it just looks like, wavy. Now that nearly all builders, I mean, everybody I know of uses OSB or plywood, you can nail now a lot more. You don't have to hit a stud in order for that nail to hold that vinyl siding the same depth off the house so you don't get that waviness. So .04, to answer your question, yes, is an upgrade. And it also has a lot to do with installing it properly.
What about the heat situation?
I've seen vinyl siding melt before. I've only seen it happen twice. I've built thousands of homes in my career for multiple different public builders. I've only seen it happen twice, and it happened both in the same community where we had really homes that were tight together, and it was reflecting off one home's window and then melting the other person's side. It didn't look like somebody put a grill up against the house, but you could clearly see that it caused a deformation in the siding, but very rare. Like I said, I've only seen it twice in thousands of homes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Well, based on that, should we put something in here then about what that we don't allow, what was it? T1?
T-ply.
T-ply or whatever?
I mean, OSB should be the standard.
I think that's covered pretty much under building codes.
And in order to do it structurally.
Is it still permitted?
Properties that
With the high wind.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, because
Yeah, so because of, once we moved into the high wind zone, we now require OSB.
Okay, so it's already done. So we don't need to list it here.
We don't need to list it there.
All right. So, one of the other, changes that we made here for R1, the current R1 ordinance does not require open space. This proposed R1 ordinance will require, 10% of, net usable areas common, outdoor open space. And because we are going to have these open space requirements, more specifically listed, we do have an open space, ordinance that we've developed as well, that we'll get into here in a little bit, but just know that the R1 zoning district, the proposed open space there is 10%. And then, of course, the accessory dwelling unit, this ordinance was recently passed, and it will allow the accessory dwelling units, but you have to refer back to that ADU ordinance. So then just moving on, the R1A.
Hey,
which
I want to
is-
go back
oh,
to
go ahead.
accessory dwelling unit.
Yes, sir.
So if we have people that want to build like a shop with living quarters in it as well, so that would fall under accessory dwelling unit,
Yes, sir.
correct?
And
Okay,
in the R districts, the accessory dwelling unit, the actual unit itself cannot be more than 75% of the square footage of the primary dwelling.
oh,
So there is that limit
and that's
on
the
the size.
the living area cannot, or the entire
Sure.
space?
So what's actually considered the
Living quarters?
living area.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So R1A, this zoning district, we have about 46 parcels in the county that are zoned R1A. This was specifically for manufactured homes that are on a foundation of some type. So we haven't changed too much in here. The only change that we did make was to the minimum lot area to be consistent with the R1 ordinance, which is that half-acre lot area.
It's what I just want to clarify this, because
Yes,
it's
sir.
kind of ambiguous in a couple of places, is the half acre, is that, public or community water and sewer, or and/or sewer? It's kind of confusing on me.
It is and/or,
Okay.
because the way it used to be was 1 acre minimum if you didn't have any, half acre minimum if you had one but not the other, and then a 1/4 acre if you had both. So we're just kind of getting rid of the 1/4 acre that if it has both.
Okay.
So if you've got either or,
Yep.
then you should be able to accommodate.
Okay, yeah. So if you have both, you're still half acre. So, okay.
That's right.
All right.
Can I go back and ask a question on ADU?
You sure can.
All right, so in my district, for District 3 in the north end, what I run into is folks want to build the shop and the living quarters first, and then sometimes they want to build the actual primary residence. So,
Yes, sir. So, for the accessory dwelling, or the accessory, if it was just the garage, if they had 5 acres or more and could meet that front setback for AR1 or AR2, which is 50.
and all these scenarios would be AR1 that I'm
Okay, yes,
thinking
sir.
of.
So they would have to be able, for just the accessory structure, without a primary dwelling, they'd have to have at least 5 acres and then meet the front setback of 50 feet. Now, if they wanted to build that accessory structure with the living unit in it, the ADU ordinance does require that a primary dwelling is on the property. So they could have their accessory structure and wouldn't be able to add that living quarter to it until they had a primary dwelling.
Okay.
Why
All right.
couldn't that be the primary dwelling unit?
It is until the primary.
Yeah.
So, based on our definition for accessory dwelling unit.
Oh, but you just.
Yes, sir.
It just wouldn't be called an accessory at that point.
Right, they
But
could.
it could later on become accessory.
Yes.
When
Yes,
the
sir.
primary.
Yes, sir.
So we just don't have, because I know other counties do, and I know, I mean, I think people's done it, but still don't think we have a box for it, but just a regular barn dominium to live in. I mean,
So I know we've had that come up, and as long as it is over the square footage, and I'm gonna also refer to Josh as well with this, as long as it's over our square footage, and it is, it would be it would just be a residential building permit for that barn dominium. Now, they would still have to adhere to having the stamp plans,
Yeah.
all of the requirements.
so we do have a path
Yes,
for
sir,
that,
we do.
okay.
And the minimum
Solid
square
home is all
footage is
that
not
is.
that much. It's like 800, right?
So the county's minimum square footage is 525 square feet.
520.
If
yeah,
you're
so-
if you're building a barn, it's gonna be larger than that.
Much larger
Yeah.
than that, absolutely. Yes, sir. So any other questions on R1? Okay,
And I have a chance to say something about R1s? Again, Ryan Thompson. I am one of the stakeholder committee members. I think there's a few other in the audience, but there's just a couple things I saw on that I had to come up and comment on. The lot reduction, we did talk about that. It showed up. I can only speak for myself, but I'm opposed to that. I think if you're gonna have a R1 that you've got sewer available to it, why would you make the standard have to be a half-acre lot? Like, we've got standards for bigger lots already. Otherwise, we don't have any gap between a half an acre to a 6,000 square foot lot option, right? So that was not something that, to be honest, I really expected to be in the final version of this from that standpoint. If it were that case, to me, then adding a 10% open space on top of a half-acre lot neighborhood is a lot, considering they're also going to have buffers as well that don't count toward that open space. Let's see, and then in a couple other things, there were a few comments during the process that we talked about. I see that there was some standards for street trees, and the committee had provided some example right-of-way sections that I know probably need to go through the county engineer to be approved, but it would create a better street tree standard than what's in the current ordinance that's there. So just want to provide that feedback.
What was your,
Yeah, can you
say that first one again, your first,
Yeah.
about the lot size? Make sure I understand what you were saying.
That's what I was gonna get
Well,
to.
so the current standard is down to a quarter-acre lot. If you've got sewer to a development, why would we not allow a quarter-acre lot development in R1?
So what we're proposing is it has to be a half acre now.
Correct.
It's going up from, okay, gotcha.
And that's with, right, the standard used to be, it was down to a quarter acre if you had water and sewer, correct? And then if you had water, you could do half acre and still have individual septic. Now, I do understand there's challenges of actually meeting the septic requirements on a half acre lot. It just seems like, I don't see the need to reduce another option that, if without this option, the option for sewer served lots is going to be R5. Right, there's not going to be, because, I mean, I guess technically you could build something that's an acre sewer served lot, but I just don't see somebody putting that investment of the cost of the sewer system in to do that. So I just wanted to bring that up, because that did show up. It is certainly something that was discussed during the committee meetings. I didn't expect that the reduction was going to come all the way completely out if you had a sewer system available.
So I think the conversation surrounded the whole point was to make, I mean, the R5, when we get to it, you'll see has a lot more requirements. And what we didn't want to see was that that the builders just simply, well, I don't want to do any of that. I can get quarter acre lots in R1. I'm just going to bypass all that and do quarter acre, minimum quarter acre lots in R1. And so, it was one of the things that the concern or the discussion was that we could make R1, the restrictions in R1 to the point where everyone will look at the two of them and say, hey, I'll just go with the one with the least amount of requirements and do water and sewer there and do small quarter acre lots. And so that's kind of, the concern that we had, that everyone would just look and say, all right, we're going to do everything R1 now, and to avoid any sort of requirements that we had in R5.
What is the square footage on quarter acre?
About 12,000?
Yeah, 12,000.
Yes, sir.
I think it's 11,800 or something like that. Yeah.
Kind of R5 was 6,000, somewhere around there?
That'll be the proposed,
So it's
yes,
double,
sir.
okay.
6,000.
So what you're saying, Tim, is it would be better just to create on new zoning for quarter acre lots?
That's what I was gonna say.
Put all
Do we
those-
need a 1.5
And put all
or
those
something?
requirements that you're mentioning wouldn't be required. I'm just thinking out loud.
Well, I mean, you can do quarter acre lots in R5, right?
I'm saying, yeah, you can do it in.
Yeah, 6,000 is it's effectively your minimum.
Quarter acre lots, 10,890 square foot
yeah.
is what it is.
So that was kind of what
I get
we
it,
were saying.
yeah. I see both points, I'm just trying to figure out what the.
But like Ryan's saying though, with the investment, you know, if you're running infrastructure to that development, then it almost, I mean, I guess kind of cancels out R1, right? I mean, why would you look at that? Because if you only do half-acre lots. So then would you only look at R5 at that point? Or am I looking at wrong?
I mean, you could. If you had water and sewer at a site right now, we don't have anybody coming in right now and saying, I want R1 there, right? They're all coming in and saying, you know, that they want R5 there simply because of the density and the lot width requirements, right? So extending, you know, with the cost of adding water and sewer really has a lot more to do with the lot width than the lot size, because you know you're tapping in right at the front yard, and if you have a narrower front lot width, your costs are much less. So but our concern was that what we don't have a problem with right now is that people are just, you know, saying, all right, I got water and sewer there, let's do R1 because it doesn't have that many requirements. But then we up the requirements more in R5, then, you know, we'd be having the developers come in to R1 just to simply avoid it. And so I don't, you know, I mean, it's a tough situation. We don't have that problem right now where I don't know of any R1s that we have out there that we've approved recently. You know, other than you know, 1 or 2 home subdivision, but I can see a lot more of them if the recommendations for the R5 become part of the ordinance, because then it's going to.
It adds more open space requirements and.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's, what is it in R, 25%? Yeah, in R5, it's 25% open space.
Okay, so
So this, you got 10% open space, you've got, and we took the R5 design requirements as they existed now and put them in R1, right? The R5 design requirements are a little bit more extensive in what we're recommending. So the design requirements are still a little bit higher in R5. So, you know, it's just we were kind of stuck on it. How do we prevent, you know, where the board's kind of made it clear that we just want better quality neighborhoods than what's out there right now. And if in order to do that, you know, we up the R5 requirements, and then everybody just reverts to R1, you know, which is basically what we have right now, just a little bit smaller home sites. If they were to leave them at a quarter acre, you know, are we really changing anything?
But I just wanted to bring that up, that it was not unanimous from the committee standpoint. I'd still think there is a benefit to another option, because with this, basically the option will be R5. If there's sewer down that road, it will be R5. And I see Tim's point, that's not what's coming forward now, but this will, in my opinion, make it to where there's not another option.
And that brings up,
But if R5 is not compatible with the area, R1 might be the only option of, you know, getting a
Right.
approval.
I just don't,
you know, I
yeah.
mean, there's more.
Hard enough to do sewer-served half-acre lots. Sewer-served 1 acre lots are going to be a very large ask. But anyway, that was my comments on that.
yeah, I was curious just to your point,
On that same subject?
Phil, if it would be.
Sure.
Yeah, come on up. If we had a in-betweener,
Hate to create another one.
I'm
I'm concerned because trying to get away from so many variance requests on things, you know, because it seems like it bogs down everything. So do you create a column or do you just entertain the variance?
But we have no way of really allowing quarter acre lots. I know the R5, but you would have to put a stipulation that they're quarter acre. I mean, you would have to.
Yeah, because it has a
You'd have to
minimum.
change the size in the R5 zoning, right?
No, you can
No.
put, I'm saying, we just have the minimum requirements for
Yeah,
for
so
R5 lots,
6,000.
right?
Yeah.
You can make them an acre if you want, right? You can make them a quarter acre if you want.
Who is you? I mean, when you say. If
The developer,
Yeah, but what if we really would like to see them be a quarter acre? How would we handle that?
you'd have to make it a condition
That's what I mean, yeah.
on the approval for R5, that minimum lot size of a quarter acre.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was Anthony Rocco from Stanley Morton Homes. I agree with Ryan's assessment that you should have something in between a 6,000 square foot lot and a half acre lot. And I think that Tim hit on it when he talked about the big difference is going to be frontage in terms of what impacts the cost of development. If you're going to develop a 12,000 square foot lot, you're going to have probably a minimum frontage of 75 feet, 25 more than your minimum allowed in R5. So no, if you can get R5 from a developer's perspective, I can tell you, you're going to 50-foot wide lots all day long, if you can, because it's so much cheaper to develop.
Even if we were to put a quarter acre option in here, your minimum lot frontage in R1 is still 100 feet.
Yeah, which is, I mean, there probably should be some leniency on that. I mean, 100 feet is a huge width for a half acre lot. If you're going down to 12,000 square feet, 75, 80 feet, what I'm worried about is the affordability gap. If you're going from a 50-foot lot front to a 100-foot lot front, even if it was allowed to be only 120 feet deep, the development costs are so expensive that I'm going to have to build a house that's $550,000 to $600,000 starting, just to be able to cover my development costs.
Well, the R1 has always been 100 feet, right? Even with the quarter acre, right? That's probably why we don't get any requests for it, right? When there's water and sewer out there, we'll get a request for an R1, development if there isn't water and sewer out there. But my guess is the reason people revert to R5 simply because the current recommendation and what we've always done is 100 feet on R1.
So do we stipulate?
75 foot or
If we
change?
were to create another one, would you stipulate that it has to have public utilities there and then have one that doesn't and gives that?
Well, if you go to a quarter acre, you're going to have both, right? I would think.
Right, and that's right. That's where
You can actually do an engineered septic on a 12,000 square foot lot.
In the current R1 ordinance, it does require water and sewer for that 12,000 square foot.
So do we need something in between, just tossing it around?
I agree there's a gap, but I also agree with Tim, this is probably not the place to leave it in R1. I don't know where it fits or how we wiggle it in.
I mean, we have just so you know, we have an R1A, right? Which we'll go over briefly, but it's like there's one neighbor, and what it essentially is permanently affixed manufactured homes. So it looks like a subdivision, except that every home in there is a manufactured home on a permanent foundation. But you could create an R5A with a minimum lot size of a quarter acre.
A lot of the other things may not change with the R5.
Yeah, and then maybe because of that, then you could reduce that 25% of green space, to 20% or something like that.
Why don't we just pick all this up when we look at R5?
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
Because if we can make it work in there somehow, then we can just leave this alone.
I personally agree this isn't the place probably for it, though, with the way it's written, anyway.
I was going to add one more thing that I thought you might want to look at is, I can tell you that you have a minimum structure width. If you have a 100-foot minimum width, and you put a 24-foot wide structure on it, it's gonna look like a monopoly house. And I know that you guys are worried about the streetscape and aesthetics, which clearly you've addressed in R5. If you're doing R1, you would think that you'd want standards where someone's developing a house of at least 40 feet wide, I would think. I mean, if I was doing an R1 lot, I'd make that house minimum of 50, or it's gonna look lost on the lot.
So what'd you say again? What was your suggestion again on the, what was your suggestion again on the house?
You have a minimum structure width of 24 feet. I can tell you that's the typical width of a two-car garage, 24 feet. So I would say the structure width should be at least 40. I mean, like I said, I would do 50s if I was building a 100-foot lot front, inclusive of the garage.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Y'all moving on from R1?
What do you wanna speak
I
to?
was gonna speak on R1, but
Yeah, come on up.
it's actually a quick question. Does the county, it's mainly about the development standards. Is it a current requirement that all subdivisions have curb and gutter?
Yes, sir, in the subdivision ordinance.
So you cannot have a subdivision in the county with ditches, road and ditch?
Correct.
Okay, well, that kind of, if it was the case, I had a comment about it. Mainly about the trees. I know it says in here, to put the trees in the 4-foot section between, and just with our experience, and the committee may have looked at this, I may be coming in behind everything, but it makes things tight because that's where you have your utilities. So I know we've seen, like in Chatham County, they require a 5-foot tree easement outside the right of way, and that's where you would plant your street trees. So you still get that same look, but you wouldn't have it between, because obviously, there's going to be maintenance with trees as they get older with the curb and the sidewalk, and then again, that's kind of where you want to run your utilities. So that was just a thought, if it hadn't been thought about.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, when it comes to the street trees, that was something that did come out of committee. We meet with the consultant tomorrow with the steering committee. This will be something that is addressed in that. The consultant is actually working on getting us the graphics for it as well, and changing the sidewalk and
Yeah,
the
'cause we
width
don't want 'em
of it.
too close to
Right.
sidewalks,
Yes, sir.
'cause-
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
and so,
think
and
that's
that,
what
and just so you know, that was a big area of debate, that was that street tree issue, that we didn't want, you want a certain look, you don't want to put it on the front yard, you lose the look, but you also didn't want to interrupt the, you also, you want to be able to maintain the utilities, so.
And I figured it had been talked about, but I was going to throw it out there. And
So what do you see the surrounding counties that touch us? I mean, what do they do? Do they all require curb and gutter as well, or do they have different options?
Most of you more urban areas, of course, like Chatham and all, is pretty much, and I thought we had changed to that. Going back to the discussion about the half-acre lots, I mean, that's the first thing a developer would look at is, okay, if I can cut the curb and gutter cost, then that's a big cost, if I could just do ditches. And we used to do a good bit of stuff in the county with just roads and ditches, but I thought we had changed to that. But yeah, I mean, Bullitt County and places like in the north part of the county would obviously, you would see a subdivision with ditches, but if we've changed the requirement, then you're not going to see it. So that's
Just
why I
a
was.
nightmare with a culvert every 100 foot.
Yeah,
Maintenance.
yeah,
You got the one neighbor that wants to dump his leaves in the ditch and clog up the rest of it.
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, it's definitely cleaner and better. All the trash is in the pipe and you don't see it in the ditch, but it's definitely, anyway. And the only other thing I was gonna ask, I kinda talked about this last time at the last workshop, was you was talking about the minimum lot width for the R1. And I did bring up about if you're on septic, and I did look, the health department does require, or I think they actually, it says it's recommended, but it's 150 foot. I brought that up. So, you know, we're at 100, but then they say you need 150 foot, and it has nipped us in the butt before. We actually had to go back and change it. So the county requirement was less than what the health department required, so there was kind of a conflict there.
But
So it
that
might be
really is a
something-
minimum requirement for the county, so if the health department's gonna is gonna have supremacy over that. That's kinda how I would guess. But, I mean,
Is that the width? I mean, the depth could also determine the lot, right? If you had the
Well,
150 foot.
based on the width and then your acreage, your depth is pretty set. But I just know if you make it a minimum 100 foot and you have somebody go and lay out a 100 lot subdivision 100 foot, and then once the health department sees it, they say no, it's got to be 150. They don't often see it until way down the line when you.
So that's not part of the site
So-
planning, is working with them to determine?
Well, it's part of the site plan, but you've already got your sketch plan approved and moved on to engineering and done a lot of work. And like I say, we had it come back where they said, no, they have to be 150.
Or should I say that, should it be included in, for the approval of the site plan?
Well, that might be something to discuss, but anyway, I was just throwing it out there that it has come up with us, so, you may want to make your minimum in line with the health department, or you may want to keep it at 100.
Well, the
And we
thing
can
is,
put a
in the-
reference to
in
that,
the-
yeah,
in
go
the- you're gonna have to deal with it though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we need to be in line with them, right? If that's an issue,
Well, I would think so, but
yeah.
And we can easily put on there, because it really only relates to septic, right?
Right.
We can easily put on there, what the state's requirement, just another line on there.
Yeah,
So
I think
minimum
that-
lot width of 150 for septic.
If you're
Per
septic.
EPA.
Yeah.
EPD.
yeah, I just wanted to throw it out there. And I brought this up last time too about the road frontage. You have 100 foot, but, I brought up about how you could have, you're only required to have 60 foot for a road if you were accessing your property. But then if you have a lot, you have to have 100, and it really didn't make a whole lot of sense. That you only need 60 to get into the property, but then if you had a lot, you had to have 100. So it made more sense to me to just make it the minimum 60 foot. But again, that's just something I'm throwing out there. Y'all remember discussion from last time?
Talking about this 60-foot easement that we have.
Yeah, if you had a property, you only have to do 60 foot to get to it. But if that property was on the road, then you would have to have 100 foot. So,
You wouldn't need an easement then.
well, no, but I'm saying you only have to have, you only have.
Saying as long as it opens up possibly further back,
Yeah, well, essentially,
60 at the road.
right.
I mean, that makes sense.
Well, that's what it
Because
says. It says minimum lot width, minimum road frontage. So you could have a flag lot where you had it skinnied up and went for access, and you only have to have 60.
Because what you're saying, you could have the opposite. You could have it flare out to 100 feet in the front and narrow right back up to 60 feet.
It seems to me if the access, the road frontage should be the same for either whether it's a road or a lot.
Gotcha.
Basically.
Well, and that would tie in what you were saying, that we needed to reduce it, right? Isn't that what you were talking about earlier?
We're saying the development cost,
Yeah.
a tremendous difference to jump from a 6,000 to a 12,000, to a half acre lot. Huge difference in development costs, especially with curb and gutter being required.
And we could, because you'll see this on the R5, right? We did address part of that, not necessarily the issue with the road, but addressing the minimum lot width at the building line rather than at the curb at the frontage, because you could have a cul-de-sac lot. But this, they were, I think we're referring to what was required for road, but it is something that's similar to that.
Well, I was just gonna add, Ryan pointed out to me that, because I had talked to him about this, so if you do have public water and septic, it is 100 foot. But if you had a lot where it was well and septic, then it is 150. So he kind of corrected me there, but anyway.
Well, and we need to state it that way on the thing anyway.
Yeah, I just didn't want us to change to now be 150 when there is an option that 100 is perfectly fine. I do think that goes to prove the point that if you got community sewer, 100-foot lot width standard, there's no need for it. I mean, that's the standard for septic tanks with community water is 100 feet wide. And I guess this is the old landscape architect versus engineer debate. Street trees should be between the curb and the sidewalk to be true street trees if we're concerned about the aesthetic. I agree that it creates some maintenance challenges, but putting trees on the lots and calling them street trees, they're not traditional street trees. So the communities that everybody loves, that you look to the live oaks in Savannah, you look to the elms that were in the the Midwest, they were all between the curb and gutter. I'm sure the maintenance people hated it. I'm sure the utilities people didn't like when they had to deal with the roots a bit. But if that is the aesthetic, I mean, it's kind of critical. That's why I made the comment, though, about, I do agree, 4 feet wide between that is not wide enough for a street tree. We need a wider section in there. So I know that we're getting into the weeds on something just in R1 that's probably more appropriate for R5, but I thought I wanted to mention that.
So if you would like, we can go to R5 since that is still our single family
Yeah, I think
district,
they
and then
more
yep,
correlate than the others,
absolutely.
so, yeah.
All right, so let's.
But,
go.
so are we gonna look at then, since it's been brought up, the 5 foot versus 4 foot on the street tree too?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that something y'all gonna look into as well?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And we do
And
have
150 feet too.
150
Yeah.
feet
Yeah.
with, if there's no water and sewer,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Or the
Well, if
street-
there's no sewer.
There's no yes.
That's really the most important one, because if you have like a community septic system and stuff like that, then 150 feet doesn't apply. So if you don't have sewer, then at that point, EPD would require it to be 150.
I was curious, and I wanted to ask Ryan about this, since, typically we're taking over the roads and the sidewalks after acceptance. Should we, with our trees, I know we want to try to keep native as much as we can. And I'm sure certain trees, I'm not an arborist, so.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe you being landscape may know.
All right.
Certain roots, systems do certain things. Should we be specific in what is planted there to mitigate potential?
I think there should be a list of thou shalt not plant, right? But don't limit it to thou shalt plant just these 5 species. That's not a great idea. Who knows what could come along and destroy one species. So we try to make it diverse. Typically, we do try to keep the native species, but that's not critical. The main thing to me is to be non-invasive if it's not native, right? So it's not spreading on its own. So we can get into the weeds on that. The main thing is to getting that section correct to where we can do the street trees. But we all will have to, there's going to be inherent conflicts between utilities and the street trees. It just happens. Yeah. When it's important to a community to have street trees, and I think a lot of what this whole update came of is we want things to look better. One of the things, no matter what is built in the community, if street trees are put in place 30 to 40 years from now, I know it's a while, but when the right trees are put in place, that community is going to feel better no matter what has been built in it. So I'm again, landscape architect, so I'm passionate about it, but I really do think it has a huge impact. And you can see it in communities that don't allow it. It's a long-term thing that you just don't end up ever creating. So with that, species wise though, I would want the size, that gap to be big enough to be real trees, like big trees, like, you know, live oaks are big trees, any of the oak species, stuff like that, as opposed to keeping a size that's only gonna allow something at 4 feet. I wouldn't feel comfortable putting in something that was larger than like a crepe myrtle or something, right? Which is never going to create the aesthetic of what we're trying to do from a standpoint of creating a true like canopy line street tree that I think that you've got.
You know, some neighborhoods, older neighborhoods that have, you know, big live oaks and the sidewalks are just jacked up, you know, after time.
And look, that's my opinion, right? That's not my, I'm not adding liability, right? And I do understand that there's a maintenance issue with it. Yep, Savannah has buckled sidewalks, buckled curbs.
They're right,
So-
literally.
They're usually in a very, their standard now is like 8 feet wide to be able to plant a large canopy tree. But even with that, 70 years from now, there's going to be, and like I know we're a litigious society, so I understand when we have to be concerned about that. There's communities that now don't allow street trees because of that. They've had issues with it. Maintenance issues, a storm comes through. Yeah, there's definitely more cleanup to do when you don't have trees in the way. But from a standpoint of the day in, day out, being a community that we all talk about wanting tree canopy, we want this, preservation of trees is going to be almost impossible on these small lot developments. I mean, that's just, you have to, everything is tight, right? So an ordinance that allows for it and encourages us to replant, to me is critical. Again, we're so blessed. I know we have challenges related to our neighbors sometimes, but all we got to do is look to Savannah, right? They have had, I think, 3 different street tree programs in their life. Originally, they had some very weak-wooded non-invasives. A hurricane came through, wiped them out. I think they went to some other species, and something else came through and wiped them out. And I think in like the 1910s, teens, 20s, they decided, well, what's the tree that keeps surviving after all these storms? So they planted live oaks everywhere. Granted, one species everywhere is not a great idea, but that's why it's still there.
But what do people talk about when they go to Savannah?
Exactly. The tourism base of that is because somebody made that wise decision. Again, if you ask the people that had to maintain the streets, is this a wise idea? Those would have never been planted, right? So it's just a decision that the county's kind of got to make to which one's more important. Thanks.
Thanks, Bud.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah, let's take a quick recess and reset.
Just 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, we'll reconvene a little afternoon, so 12:02. Hey, everyone, we're going to take a 30 minutes. I looking at the time, not thinking, I'm not much of a lunch eater, but these guys are hungry, so we're going to take a 30-minute recess and reconvene here at 12:35.
Do they have bottles of Coke Zero?
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we're going to call us back to order here. We're going to open with R5.
Yes, sir. So I have the R5 proposed ordinance on the screen. I do want to say, again, that we are meeting with the consultant tomorrow, and this will be this is the ordinance we'll be going over, specifically design standards, again, those street trees that you'll see in here as well. And with them, we do plan on having, graphics and such to be able to put in this ordinance. So although this is in draft form, it will look just a little different when you do get it for, final approval. So, that being said, one of the things we wanted to make sure with R5 is that it did, as the intent statement says, is that it represents a balanced trade-off. So again, allowing for increased residential density in exchange for, the thoughtful and design and accessible open space. So we can move on again, referring to the table of permitted uses. I do want to stop here on this screen. The steering committee did recommend for the minimum lot area 6,000 square feet as opposed to what it does currently say, which is the 6,600.
Okay.
So
What was it before?
it was 6,600.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So bringing that down to 6,000 square feet. As Tim mentioned earlier, for R5, we did take that minimum road frontage, excuse me, out, and just have the minimum lot width at the building line. I know recently we've seen some variances for this, so we wanted to make sure that was addressed in this ordinance. So, and that is 50 feet. So we can move.
Side yard, 7.5 foot.
So again, with R5, you do have to have water and sewer, and no individual septics will be permitted. Let's see. So R5 does require a homeowners association to be established, so that's in the current ordinance. We did leave that in the proposed ordinance as well.
But, yeah, I think we'll get to it, but there's several reasons for that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is, the biggest is the fact that we're going to require 25% open space. And that open space is going to have to be maintained, as well as, in this case, the buffers are going to be separately parceled. So that the buffer is not part of a residential lot, so that the resident can't go in there and clear them out after the home is built. And so if you're doing all that, you need an agreement on who's going to maintain it, and so that's really the amongst other things, the basis for the requirement.
One of the things that came out of steering committee was allowing up to 35% of the total number of dwelling units within an R5 development constructed in accordance with the R2 standards. So this is going to be, as you'll see, kind of our multifamily residential, I don't want to say light and heavy, but, or low or high, however we want to define that. So it would allow for townhomes or detached townhomes.
Or duplexes.
Duplexes, yes. So 35% of the total number of the dwelling units within R5 could allow that. So that is an addition.
And the reason we did that is simply because the other option is a PD, or that you have two zoning districts within a neighborhood. And if you do, and we're trying to steer away from PDs when we can, and then you don't want to have the two zoning districts within the neighborhood, because then you got to create the buffers within the neighborhood, when you really just wanted kind of a more continuous flow if it's within the neighborhood. So, you know, whether the 35% is too much, we kind of, that was the consensus of the steering committee. But there is one thing I did want to go over as well on that, and that's, this is already in the R5 zoning, but just to remind you all, you know, to so that we know that in advance whether or not the neighborhood is going to be a build to rent, because I think it's important to know that up front, that one of the covenants we put in there was that no more than 20% of the homes in the community may be rented until at least 12 months has elapsed since the issuance of the CO, right? Because so we're not saying 20% at any given time, because there's no way to, matter of fact, it's illegal to have a kind of a renter database. And so, but we wanted to say that, look, if you're going to do a build to rent, you know, we need to look at either a PD or R3 zoning on that, just so that we know that, you know, we know what we're getting in advance. Because we've had the situations where we've had phase 1 and 2 of a neighborhood be owner occupied, and then phase 3 and 4 get sold out to build to rent, and it kind of, you know, it changes the dynamic of the neighborhood, and the folks in the 2 earlier phases, you know, feel like they, you know, they should have been told in advance of this. And so,
Is this something they have to disclose up front?
well, they have to put that in covenants, right? And so what will probably end up happening is that, you know, they'll just put in the covenants that you can't rent it for the first 12 months.
The covenants being in the
or the
HOA
contract.
though, right?
What'd you say?
The covenants being the HOA covenants?
Yes.
Okay. What if the HOA folds in a year?
What if what?
The HOA folds up,
Non-functioning.
never gets formed. I mean, typically your declarant's gonna be, you know, the builder, so I don't think it would happen.
Well, you know, and so the HOA may fold up, but if the covenants are still there, you know, you know, they're still enforceable.
The HOA,
What?
they're enforceable by the HOA?
No, they're enforceable by anyone who's got an interest in it. So even if it's a neighboring property in a different community, you know, they can make the case that they that they have an interest in that these covenants get enforced. So the covenants stay there unless they're amended. The covenants stay there.
That's the thing, the declarant's the majority board at that point, because you typically don't get board members from an HOA of individuals until a certain percentage of houses are sold. We've seen this happen in multiple HOAs, that they change the rules when it suits them.
And
So I was curious, do we just go ahead and get this up front? If your intent is to rent 20%, why not just disclose up front, and that way they have a contract with us instead of through the HOA?
well, I believe they're going to have to provide the HOA covenants to us anyway. That'll say that. So at the very least, at the very beginning, and my guess is at the end of development, you know, we only have a 1-year kind of look back period for this rental restriction. So if you're at the end of the development, you know, as long as they wait 12 months, after that 12 months, we have no requirements with regards to rentals. So at the 13th month after the last house is built, if 50% of the residents in there want to rent out their house, they can.
I thought we brought that in whenever we were worried about neighborhoods being built just for rentals, total rentals.
That's right. That's why we put this in here as a way of saying that if you're going to do a build to rent, you're gonna have to,
Wait a year.
you're gonna have to let us know in advance and zone it properly. And you can zone it properly by zoning. You can build the exact same thing in R3. You can build the exact same thing in a PD that's built to rent, but it gives the residents the clarity and the transparency of the neighborhood they're moving into. But that's already kind of in there, but I just wanted to remind you of it. And then if they want to make those 20% of the rentals, the townhomes, let's say they can, but they can only build up to 35% of their units could be R2, which are townhouses or duplexes.
Maybe consider, once covenants are submitted, they can't change for that 12 period.
And Lee, is there any way to put that into a covenant?
Yeah, I haven't looked at this. I would have to see what the best option is to try to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Just to make sure, on the 35% that you're talking about that can be townhomes and so forth, and it says clearly identified in the preliminary plat and subsequent development plans, that would mean it would have to be identified on the plat that came before the planning board? And then ultimately, of course, that same thing would move to us, right? That it would show the townhomes?
Correct. Or, the preliminary or we don't require it on the conceptual, right?
No, just the preliminary plat.
But the preliminary plat goes in front of you all.
But the planning board wouldn't see it?
I mean, we could put it on conceptual. Just do we require conceptual?
Yes, typically we want something. I don't know that it's specifically stated that we need a concept plan when doing a rezoning, but we can.
I think that's important because you're talking about more people, you're talking about more traffic, you're talking about higher density. I don't think there's anything wrong with if you want to develop something, you need to tell me you want this much is going to be homes and this much is going to be townhomes, or this is going to be what's the ones duplexes.
Yeah, and I think
that's reasonable to have.
Most of them show.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, everyone that we've seen that's an R5 has had a conceptual plan because, I can't imagine, y'all entertaining it. I think of the last instance where we had an R5 application, they had no plan for it.
That's why I'm sort of bringing it up. There was no plan.
There was no plan.
We just want you
y'all
to
weren't
grant me
interested.
It was
this.
withdrawn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we just want you to grant me this, and then I'll decide what I'm gonna do with it,
That's right.
And a side note, I was discussing with Chelsea as well. If we were to have a variance request, should we request an architectural view of what it looks like, their concept of what it would be? If they wanted to make some structural change to the house that's, presently part of our architectural piece. So if they want to do something different, request a variance on it, should they present us a presentation of what that's going to look like, as opposed to what I see in my head and what Jamie sees and Beth sees is.
So we're talking about like a person, not the developer. Well, are you thinking just if the developer is requesting a variance at the time of the rezoning?
Yes.
Yeah, we can. They're requesting the variance in front of you all, so we can tell them that they're going to need to show a visual of what we're talking about here. I think that would make sense.
Sorry to get off track.
Moving on from that, as Tim stated before, the open space requirement for R5, we do have at 25% net usable area. So right now, R5 is 15%, so this would be a significant jump to that 25%. And again, when we get to the open space ordinance, we can really delve into what open space means, what it is, what it isn't. So, all right, so subdivision design requirements, a lot of this stayed the same. There were some changes here, again, with the roads, 60-foot right-of-way, 22-foot road pavement is only permitted if homes have rear alley access, and of course signage is required. 28-foot road pavement width with parking on one side, and it does need to be clearly delineated. And then one of the things that did come out of the steering committee was this idea of, what I found was called bulb out parking, or if you've seen, where the street kind of comes out a little bit. I don't know how else to describe that.
So essentially, you'd have a wider, that grass area between the curb and the sidewalk, would be wider and then you'd have kind of a indent in for, one or two parking spots, and then it comes back out again. And the benefit of doing it that way, and this is one of the things we're talking to the consultant tomorrow about, because we don't know how to word it, is that you can have parking on both sides. They just alternate because it's clear where you're supposed to park.
We talked about this at the workshop last year.
Exactly.
Right. Anything to keep people from parking in the street. I can't.
Right. And then even if, in this case, if they're parking in the street, it actually looks a little nicer, because on those,
Or are you
on the
encouraging
parts
to
that's
park in the
not
street?
indented in, it's a much larger patch of grass. So that resolves potentially the tree issue if we put the tree there, because you'd have an extra, 4 feet, however wide that indentation is, if that makes sense. So it's really one of those things that we've got to describe to the consultant, and somebody has done it and required it somewhere else, and so we just got to get that wording and the kind of the
Exhibit or the-
Do we
pictures
have
in
any
there
type
to
of
describe it.
recommendation for overflow parking? I mean, I know what you're saying there, but every house is gonna have minimum of 2, up to 4 cars. But some of these smaller lots, you can get 2 cars in the driveway, and then people are gonna park wherever.
Well,
Is
and that's
there,
one of the,
like an overflow parking area. I've seen some developments where there's anyway.
so the R2 and the R3 will have that, right? Because they're obviously, townhomes are gonna be much narrower. Your parking areas are gonna be much more limited. So we do have requirements for street parking or whatever, off-site parking, that they have to meet. And so they're gonna have to, in order to meet those, they're probably gonna have to have a little separate little parking area. But one of the things that we're looking at on the homes, is again, one of the things we're talking to them tomorrow, is, is to have the garage, even if it's attached, set back from the home, so that you have, it gives you, it's a
Gives you
nice
more parking.
aesthetic, but
Right.
it also gives you more driveway pad, to fit the cars there, so that, and I think we discussed also whether it's a requirement or not, is to have kind of a little offset area right on the side where you can actually, potentially get another vehicle in there. But the idea being, I'd rather see them in the garages than on the streets.
Right.
I mean, not in the garage, I'm sorry. Well, I'd rather see them in the garages
Right, but
all the
off the
time, but
street.
I'd rather see them in the driveway rather than the street. And so it's trying to figure out a way that we could codify how to fit more cars in driveways.
Any ideas? Builders?
Yeah, I could give you, as far as setting the garage back from the main facade, I can tell you that when you start talking about a narrower home, like a 40-foot wide home or less, which is what you're gonna see in this R5 zone, in order to get a decent floor plan, with a 40-foot wide box, it's typically only maybe 30-some feet deep in a two-story home. There's rooms that have to go behind that garage as part of that living space. And if you start pushing that garage back and pushing it back, it just completely blows up the floor plan. It's not like we're just strapping a garage onto the side of the house with nothing behind it that we can just push it back. So generally speaking, most builders don't have floor plans where the garage is pushed way back. I mean, maybe 2 foot, it can happen and not really impact the floor plan that much. Most builders, believe it or not, the garage sits forward of the facade a little bit. And what that gives you an opportunity to do is if you put a front porch on the house, you can get some good depth on that front porch. And when you frame the roof, you're not interfering with the windows on the second story. So that's kind of why we like the idea of having the garage, if anything, push forward a little bit, and it gives us a better floor plan behind the garage in that living space. I think a better solution is just to require a deeper setback if you're worried about parking more cars, not parking them on the road. Right now, you have only a 15-foot setback requirement. I don't know why you wouldn't push that to 25 or 20 minimum. If you leave it at 15, you're going to have cars hanging over the sidewalk. So
Make them have a bigger backyard.
yeah, and the other thing with garage doors is you can dress them up real nice if you just do like that carriage hardware and make people put windows in them. I mean, when you look at a house that just has a solid garage door, especially a 16-foot wide door, it looks so much better if you put the carriage hardware and the windows in it. And that carriage hardware will actually make it look like 2 separate doors sometimes, opposed to just one door. I think there's other solutions than just requiring somebody to basically recreate the wheel, because we just don't have floor plans that do that. I can tell you there's one community up in Goose Creek, South Carolina, where they used to have a 10-foot requirement from the front facade back. And it really limited the amount of builders that had any opportunity to go build within the community, because you had to basically develop new product to make that happen.
I mean, I'd be
But we're
fine
talking
with-
about minimums, though. We're not saying that's the maximum setback.
Right, but if you allowed that 15-foot, then I would see the reason to take that garage and push it back and say, no, you got to set that garage back some, because there's no way you're parking cars in front of the garage.
Yeah.
But if you said, we're going to increase the minimum setback, you would never have that problem, even if the garage was even with the front facade,
Okay.
or even if it was a little forward of the front facade. And, like I said, being forward of the front facade gives you some relief on that porch, especially if you want a porch with 6-foot depth. Even if you put only a 3-on-12 pitch on a porch with 6-foot depth, you're going to be interfering with those upper windows, and then they start getting really short and squatty looking, and then your elevation doesn't look as good.
Sir, can we get your name, please?
Anthony Rocco? Anthony Rocco,
That would be
ROCCO,
something easy to do,
Stanley Martin Homes.
if you increase it to 25 feet.
What was the
What was the reason for the 15?
There isn't.
There is not one.
What was the proposed?
And we were looking at something like a couple of feet, right? When we had this
So, yeah,
conversation,
the-
because you
the-
were kind of leading
the-
this on.
What was discussed in the committee is a hybrid, basically, that solves both of them. There should be no reason to prevent somebody from creating a house that has the forward-facing and a garage setback, right? So a 15-foot front setback to the main structure, fine. All we'd have to do is add another line but the garage has to be
Garage
setback. And
I was
the
thinking
choice
that
could be, either I have a house that has the main structure forward and back, which may provide a
whole
different
thing's back.
aesthetic.
Yeah.
Or pull the whole thing back to because I agree, a typical car is 18, our standard parking space dimension that we have to provide is 18 feet deep. So at a 15-foot front setback to the garage, you do not have any
on
off-street
sidewalk,
parking that's
yeah.
technically out of the right-of-way. So to me, that's a hybrid of it, and that way both options work, right? We're not preventing it to where if you wanted to do more of a conventional, like, or traditional cottage style that would have, maybe no garages even, right, or the garages in the rear or something, then you would be able to push that house forward, because it needs to be. To create that aesthetic, it would need to be pushed forward. But if we had some just blanket statement that all front setbacks must be 25 feet, that's as conventional, that would be a very conventional suburban kind of development standard. So if we can have that, just to add the garage aspect, that there's two different approaches to it, to me, it would solve both. It'd be an option for both.
Doable.
So what
And
you're
that gives
saying,
them the option, they can set the whole thing back with a plan, or they can come up with a new plan.
Right, and I think that would answer Anthony's concern too, about making sure you've got it deep enough to the face of the garage. I do love his ideas too about adding some teeth to what the garage doors look like, because He's 100% right. Most of the products, they are built because of the efficiency of the house behind the garage. And I think what he's describing with bringing that porch forward actually meets the intent of what the committee was concerned with. Is we wanted to have some presence that was pushed, forward, that was beyond the garage to help with that aesthetic of it. And if it may be similar to what we're saying, if there's a width requirement, the percentage that can't be over a certain width, that it had to have some extra, cottage style or whatever the specifics are of the connections and some windows or something in the garage, goes a long way to breaking up that aesthetic down the streetscape.
Okay. So what we're saying is that we make the setback that the minimum we basically make a minimum setback for the garage, or
so here's where in my ideal I think scenario would be that we would allow the main facade of the house non-garage, right? The garage must be 20 feet or further back, right? That way you've got a car outside of the garage and outside the right of way, not on the sidewalk. But you also can build forward of that line. Like, we should encourage like the front porches. If somebody wants to build a front porch and get the front porch to within 5 feet of the sidewalk, I mean, that is traditional planning, right? Where a lot of the new urbanist communities, I mean, they want activity pushed forward on the front of the lots to build neighborhoods and friendships on the front porch kind of thing. So I'd hate to have an ordinance that precludes us from being able to have some of those. So if we just had those two separate deals, right? There's a setback, minimum setback. Yeah,
Yes.
right. And I mean, there's some places that it's down to 5 in the front. There's just all the garage aspect, right, of what really matters. So, anyway.
Yes, sir.
Well, you can
I don't
ask
know,
your
I just don't want a
consultant.
bunch of cars in the street. So,
Well,
figure it out.
speaking of parking, I didn't, this is all related to the parking, even though it's building setbacks. The whole bulb-out parking scenario, I do think that's important for us to figure out, and that is a street section that we've got to work on. And it's, Tim's correct, like a typical off-street parking space is 8 feet wide, right? And then you've got your standard 24-foot wide roadway. And then if you had 8 feet on the other side, well, that doesn't really work. And when you got driveways. So what you're going to end up, of course, is if we plan it like it would be the side lot lines where roads are here, you would be able to accommodate and build those there. That 8 feet wide would correlate directly to the width of the tree lawn I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So basically, you would stop having the tree lawn, the parking spaces would be, tree lawn would pick back up. That would be still technically on-street parking, it's just defined on-street parking. A 36-foot wide roadway section that allows, I know that's what currently we're proposing, that's just gonna be a big wide road that people can drive fast on. I don't know that that's what we want, because again, if you got 50-foot wide lots or 60-foot wide lots, you're not gonna be able to park too often because of the driveways coming in, right? So there's just a limitation on how much on-street parking can be. And 36 feet wide, that's a commercial roadway width. That's a wide road and not very friendly to a neighborhood, so.
Yeah. Plus, I don't think people, I mean, I don't know, this standard already exists. No one's ever done it, because nobody
Right.
wants to, they want their roads as narrow as possible. It's less asphalt. So,
Well, in a neighborhood, I mean, you want narrow for safety. It slows people down, right? It really does. The wider you make it, the faster people go, so.
As long as they don't park yet.
Well, but
I mean,
will
on-street
tell you-
parking, I know that we don't like on-street, but it slows people down too. I mean, it really does, but,
Well, but let me tell you why we kind of the genesis of why this is in here originally is that we originally gave the builders a choice. You can have a 22-foot section or whatever with no parking on either side, and a 28-foot with parking on one side. But everybody was choosing the 22-foot section, and then the developer leaves, and we don't enforce parking. Right. So people just park on both sides of the street, and it's a nightmare for public safety. And so we told them that you cannot build the narrower unless it's a rear entry alleyway access, and that you'd have to do minimum of that 28 feet simply because, and then at that point you'd have to determine which side of the street was parking, which side was not, so that when there's nobody out there to enforce it, it's pretty obvious to the residents. And so that's kind of why we had it, but I do agree it would look better if we could somehow create those little bulb outs, but we've got to figure out a way to word it.
Yeah, and I think the logic behind, the 22 is so narrow that you can't accommodate it. There's what's called a yield street where, again, they kind of allow for on-street parking. It's usually like 27 to 28 feet wide. And it's expected that people have to navigate around some cars parked on the road. And it is both sides, really, because you can't, to your point, it's hard to control for that, right? Because you've got driveways, and to be honest, you don't know exactly where the driveways are going to come out as you're even planning the neighborhood, right? I mean, it's going to be, that'll be to be determined at some point in the future when the home's built. So that part's difficult, but you can plan some of that. So basically, we're requiring 20% more for R5 already, because it's the 2 plus 1 for every 5 that we have to have as additional parking, if I understand the way the code's written. So that does address literally 20% more parking that's got to be addressed somewhere off of those lots. I do have some other things, obviously, I want to say on this. I'm sure you're not quite through with R5, so I'll jump back up once we get done, if that's okay.
Okay. So let's move into the development standards. This was definitely a good majority of our conversations up to this point about R5. A lot of this is currently in there, but we will be proposing some additions. So let me scroll down here. So again, Ryan brought this up a little bit. If the garage occupies more than 40% of the total frontage, this is where we did add that an architectural garage door and what they called an eyebrow roof or architectural overhang shall be required to enhance the visual aesthetic. So if your garage does take up, the majority of that frontage, there would be.
And I would say, and this comes because our original R5, and I think it's the R5 that's in place right now, says that your garage cannot take up more than 40% of your total facade.
Yes, sir.
And, with the narrower home sites, it makes it very difficult and the negative consequences of that is you get homes built with single car garages, which, just don't accommodate any vehicles. And so, after some conversation, our thought was, all right, we don't have a problem that if your garage takes up more than 40%, but if it does, you're going to have to make it look nicer. What I'm wondering is maybe we make, after the 2 comments we just had there, maybe we make the eyebrow and architectural door and hardware a standard for this when it takes 40% more, but just make the architectural door with windows and hardware for everybody. The only difference is if it's one of these narrow houses where it's, 60% of it's the garage, then you've got to have to do something you got to add that eyebrow roof or something on it. So we could change that based on the feedback that we had here.
All right, Tim, when you talk about the width of the garage, are you talking about the actual space within you can park cars or the door?
The
Width of the door?
The frontage.
Well, if it's offset, if it sticks out further, I would say it would be the total width of it, right?
Yeah, but that's a good
Because
point.
it's like 20 feet, a garage is typically about 20 feet wide. So if you're only building houses that are like 40 feet wide, it's already at 50%. If you only count the door, we're talking a big difference, it's 16 feet wide.
That's a good point.
I've always thought the intent behind that was the door. The door
Yeah,
is what's.
and we could clarify that to make it obvious that we're talking about the door.
At least there's a consistent.
Right, I agree, it needs to be
Yeah.
modified.
And I can tell you those roofs over the door are very expensive to build, and, I mean, everyone, if you just do it on every single house, it's just gonna look silly. I mean, I think the architectural garage door is the solution, and then you could make that element over the garage worth a point if somebody decides to do it, and say, well, that's just another feature you get a point for. Then every elevation doesn't look exactly the same.
That's correct. Every elevation that he looks at per plan, you're looking at 4 to 5 different elevations depending upon what that looks like. And if you're trying to change it up a little bit.
Can you come up to the mic, just so she can hear it? We can't hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, everyone, that there are people online, that can't hear what's happening.
Okay, I'm Rob Merrick. I'm with Pulte Homes. We're also Syntex and Dell Webs as well. So a lot of the things that Anthony has talked about, as well as Ryan, is correct. I mean, when you're looking at the bulk of the plans that we have, I'd probably say 90% of the plans that we offer, that we build in any one of these different communities, from whether you're at affordable entry level to move up buyer to your active adult, is going to have some component where either the garage is going to be flush, usually with the front of the house, and we build that. We'll extend the front porch out or something to break up some of that definition, or you're going to have that garage, protruding past the front wall of it. As far as the house plans themselves, each one of the house plans will normally come with 4 to 5 different elevations on the front of it. So you don't have that monotony going down the road, so you can change it up a little bit from the look of it. And then when those different elevations, what I'm saying to that, you're gonna have some that's gonna have the eyebrows, you're gonna have some that's gonna have board and batten with, horizontal siding, so to keep the different look going down there. We do in most of the communities to change up that front door. He is correct as well, is that you're going to have adding the windows, and you add the carriage hardware on the doors, which makes a big difference as well. Depending if it's a hardy plank product and it's a painted, many of the different color palettes, we'll have 48 different color palettes that they could choose from, which may change the color of the doors as well. So you can get little bit more of that customized feel to it when you're coming into a neighborhood.
But is there any way that you can while you're up there? So the concern is is the houses that are garage door, front door, and that's it, right? Those real narrow ones that you that you worry about, that if you're going to mass produce them, they're going to have no character whatsoever, and the door is so prominent. That something needs to be, that we feel architecturally needs to be addressed. So sure. Are there things that you're doing in neighborhoods or other jurisdictions doing to address that?
To answer that question, I think that, when you start getting down to a 30-foot product, and then you've got, the bulk of it as your garage front, sometimes it's not the most attractive look at all. I don't disagree with that. I think one area that we did it very well was in Old Town Bluffton. There was a community that we built in Old Town Bluffton called The Walk, and that was a product that we utilized that was a little over 30-something foot product on there. Now you primarily see the front door, but the architectural elevations on the outside were so dramatic that, when I say dramatic as in point, you really saw, a lot of windows, a lot of board and batten, a lot of things like that broke that up. So when you did come down, and by the time, and as, Ryan was talking about, these homes were a little bit closer to the front walkway, so it made it more of a walking style community. It really did change the overall look, but I would say on a smaller product, that's probably the best floor plan and look that we did, and that was called The Walk in Old Town Bluffton.
I have a question before you leave. Because I'm wondering this, you said it was affordable entry-level houses, move-up buyer houses, and what's the third category?
The third category would be your active adult or retiree. So that's where your Sun Cities, your Dell Webs, those are the primary 3 different groups that you look at.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I add just to what Rob was saying? I know that garages are a big focus here, and I couldn't agree with you more. I hate looking at a sea of garage doors when I ride through communities, but it's unavoidable if you're building on a 50-foot wide lot that you're going to build a narrower home, and you are going to see a lot of garage. So we've talked about a lot of good ideas of how you can enhance that look, but another way that you can avoid super narrow homes on 50-foot lots is to give a little more relief on the side setbacks. 7.5 is a big side yard setback for a 50-foot wide lot. Like if you went down to 6, like a combined 12, you could meet the fire code issues where you don't have to fire rate the walls. And then instead of us having to build that 30 or 35-foot wide house, we can make it 40-foot wide and still do a 50, or we could make it like 38-foot wide and still build on a 50-foot lot or a 52-foot wide lot. But if you're doing 7.5s, forget about 50-foot wide lots. We're just automatically going to have to build 55s at that point to have the wider homes. So I really think you should look at the side yard setbacks some relief on that as well,
and-
because
and
you
I
will
think-
end up with a better looking house.
I think we discussed that, didn't we?
We did.
And we were talking about 6?
Yep, we talked, we kind of jumped back and forth between 5.5 and 6, so, yeah.
So he's saying
Six is, I'll say most places that have like an R5 zoning district, their zoning code allows 5. We have practically started applying 6 because of some fire code requirements and things of that nature, and to give some additional, leeway when they're building the houses. So that's what we were recommending with 6. And we can point to a lot of examples of, we've been talking a lot about the front facade of the house, and the sides are going to have their challenges too. And to be honest, the wider the opening you make, sometimes the more of that you see, right? So there's a balance to it. The 6 is what we had talked a decent bit about, in that it seems to be a setback distance that works pretty well. It's not like the extra 1.5 feet really creates anything additional on the side, but Anthony's got a great point from the standpoint of, they build in incremental sizes, right? And they've got their 30, 40s, and what that would do is prevent it and force them, unless we had some other standard of minimum frontage requirements that had to be built, it would force them down to a smaller home on something they don't really want to do that. They just have to do it to meet the setbacks.
And just before you go on to the other thing, I'll say that
Glasses, that's wrong
we
glasses.
actually looked at a couple of pictures of some neighborhoods. And it was the same builder, I think, or the same developer. One of them had the 7.5 foot setbacks on each side, so 15 feet, and the other had 10. And the 10s looked a lot better, right? Because you weren't looking in between the houses and seeing everything that was going on in between there. You had, it was a lot easier to kind of cover up in between the houses. And so it actually is surprisingly, the narrower setback was more aesthetic than the wider one.
It really was. If it is okay, since I'm up here, I want to say a couple of things. 6,000 square feet versus the 6,600, that is something we talked about. That math is just it is the math of what they typically would want to build and to be efficient. With these front setbacks, rear setbacks, we're talking about the product depth, we're talking about still with a very viable backyard, 120-foot deep lot is the typical average. So 50 by 120 is hitting right at 6,000, which is a very, very doable deal. We've all talked about the fact of the lot width is what drives the cost, right? So they're going to stay at 50. All that additional is going to push more to the back. That's not really going to be that much more usable from a standpoint, and it's going to be that much more difficult to meet the 25% challenge. That the open space of 25% is going to be a very, very strong challenge to overcome on the plans. A couple other things that we just, when we went through, the maximum lot coverage of 45%. One, I just think we need to be very clear that that's building coverage and not impervious surface coverage. You can't meet that. And if you allow townhomes, they are technically individual single-family residences because they're platted on individual lots. 45% requirement would not work for that. A townhome's going to have majority of the lot, is going to be covered and in the building, because you're going to literally in the center units, you're not going to have any open area for that standpoint. And then on the, I thought the discussion about the requirement for a preliminary concept for R5, I was actually surprised it wasn't a requirement, because we have it as a requirement for some of the other districts we're talking about. I do want to bring this up. Just to defend my industry when it comes forward. At the time they're asking for zoning, it is impossible to know everything that they're going to know by the time they come to preliminary plat. So it is not somebody changing the game when when a change might happen between that zoning. Say, for instance, wetlands. This whole ordinance is going to be based off of what's the jurisdictional wetlands we can impact versus non-jurisdictional. What are our buffers? What are this, that, and the other? We ask our wetland consultants when we're doing early things, be conservative. We want to plan for more wetlands than there may be. So when our clients are doing their numbers, okay, that number works. If we gain 20 lots during the process, great, because we're not losing 20 lots. So I just would want to offer up that, there's a strong likelihood that if a concept plan shows 250 units, at the time they come for preliminary plat, it may be able to accommodate 275. And to me, we shouldn't have a code that limits them to 250 if they meet the rest of the requirements, right? It's going to be challenging enough already to meet it, right? So, and I would hope it wouldn't send them all the way back to a zoning stage to have to go from 250 to 275 just because things got more informed, right? We either have a standard that works, in the open space standards that work, we make a decision that, yeah, R5 is appropriate there, or it's not, but don't, like, for each of those little pieces, have to send it back to a zoning process.
How much due diligence is done? Because typically rezoning is contingent upon or sale.
Sure. Well, I mean, it varies. I mean, different, I let the guys that, they put the real money down, they just pay us to start, I don't have my planning board hat on, I have a consultant hat on right now. Typically, what we would do from a standpoint of the point we're submitting for zoning, at a minimum, they've had a wetland consultant do like what is called a desktop assessment, right? It's much better than NWI. NWI, especially in our area, is extremely inaccurate. Can make people, the general public, think properties are a lot more wet than they actually literally are. So I would just caution on that. That is one step. But then once it goes to a preliminary plat standpoint, likely we would have gone through another step from a standpoint of the wetland process. That means the wetland consultant's probably been on site. They've done their determination. They think they know, so they've GPSed the points. It's pretty accurate. But even still at that point, if it's requiring federal approval, it's going to take months, if not a year, to get through the process if they get a permit. It could change again even a little bit then, right? So then between that preliminary plat and the final stuff that they're submitting. So again, I just wanted to make sure that hopefully we can land on an ordinance that we're making the decision that, yes, R5 is appropriate here, and it's not just appropriate 220 units if they are able to, during their process, get to 250, 260.
Did you limit the number?
No, and that's one of the things we're trying to get out of, right?
Okay.
Because, it's this thing that's always brought up of saying that, well, R6, when we had R6, it's 6 homes per acre. Well, you can never fit 6 homes per acre.
Not even close.
Based on the requirements that we have. And so the thought is that we create all of these requirements and, this 25% usable open space, the buffers, the minimum width and stuff like that, and say, whatever you can do you have to meet these requirements, however many homes you can put in there, great. But it's going to be less. Yeah.
All I wanted to clarify, but
there, go back to planning.
Well, but we just need to be clear in the process, right? Because if we're requiring to submit a concept, it is a concept, and it's going to show a number of units.
Right.
It's a good sale, Ryan, honestly. I mean, you come up here with an idea. Like I said earlier, Jamie's idea, my idea, his idea could be completely different if you don't have some representation of what's going on.
I sit there just for the planning board meetings. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting for something without a concept. I'm not saying don't do the concept. I just want it to be clear that the concept is not a max unit cap once we approve it, right? Because, and I just, sometimes I feel like the development industry gets a bad rap for saying, oh, they pulled a fast one, it changed. Yeah, it changed because they went through the process.
The public needs to be educated on it. We know it's
And that's the
changed.
point, and that's the point I'm gonna make. I mean, these developments have a very bad rap in Effingham County right now. If you talk to anybody, I'm glad y'all looking at that, because we don't want this. And you can
Right.
point to several of them,
Right.
okay? And you can go to where the vinyl's already looking terrible, to the houses, to rentals, to whatever you want to combine. It's just, when you start talking about it. So all of a sudden, you're talking about, trying to make this better, and then all of a sudden, you get something approved. Well, but now we figured out we can add 50 more houses, and you got the people in the surrounding area. You said they'd only have 200 houses. 200 houses there. Now all of a sudden, magically, after they've got all this approval, you're going to put another 50 houses. Okay?
Yeah.
So the people are going to look at it and say, y'all just allowed the same thing. You're just still letting take advantage of us and we're doing this and it's terrible. So, I mean, I think the problem was created by these people, you know, that came in and did do that. But I think it's our job now to try to do what we can to the best of our ability to say, let's do some nice things like you've been talking about. And if it means maybe reducing something or something so that you have a nice looking little place like y'all were talking about that y'all did in Bluffton. I've seen a lot of places over there that look nice, you know, but I think you've got to get away from that. Well, okay, you're telling me I'm going to do 200 houses and then all of a sudden I'm going to do 250 because people are going to look at it like, well, you just took advantage of us again because we were okay with 200, weren't too thrilled, but now you're going to put 50 more houses in there with all the people, with all the traffic, you know, and that's not what you said you were going to do. So I understand a little bit of leeway, but to me 50 houses is a lot of leeway. And maybe, I know I'm not looking at it as a developer, but it's just the way that I see it.
And this happened in industrial too, and one of the way we fixed that is when they came up with the concept plans, we told them, you know, come up with the worst case scenario. So I don't get a bait and switch, or if I do get a switch, it's going the other direction.
Yeah.
And you can present, and we can present it that way, and say, look, you know, we're just saying that, you know, if we get the, you know, where we think we're going to be able to, you know, very favorable wetlands delineation and all this stuff goes our way, you know, this is the potential amount of homes there, but also put the caveat is, but we don't think it's going to be anywhere near this. But this is what the worst case scenario is. I think that makes it more palatable
at least
to
you're
the.
up front with that.
Yeah, because you're up front, right?
I don't think, on some of these, I don't think they purposely don't tell us everything, but to spend all this money on the front end, they're not gonna invest near until they get the approval in the engineering, so that sometimes they don't know what all they have available to build on.
I kind of look at that two ways, too.
But I agree, you know, an additional 20%'s a jump, so.
It needs to be
Give us the
probably
worst
within
case,
some
then back
kind of,
down.
you know.
I mean, you gotta
Well, I'm like with
spend
you.
money to make
This
money
is-
sometimes.
If
Yeah,
we
you
get
gotta spend
everything our
some,
way,
but
we
stock
can put
market,
200
guaranteed.
houses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so that's what you're possibly
That's what I
looking
do by
at.
due diligence.
Right.
Okay,
Is
well,
that gonna happen? Maybe, maybe not.
either way it goes, be clear about what the process is so people know what they're submitting and know when they're getting, what their commitments are related to that. On that, we haven't had an R5 built yet, so I'm hopeful that the standards that we're establishing, that we spent 9 months and a lot of time doing, that whether it's 300 or 500, people are proud of what it is. So that's why I've been given the time I've been given to this, that hopefully it's not about the number that's in there, it's about the quality and, you know, stuff that we're all proud of. For just a couple other things, and then we'll step down on this, but there's a section in there about the landscape buffer. We've talked about this during the committee, and I'm sure it's something we may talk about with them, but
Yes, sir.
the buffer ordinance to me is the place to address the buffers, not inside R5. The berm aspect may be an option where vegetation doesn't exist, but from my understanding from the commissioners, that preservation versus creating a berm solution is what we want to achieve. So I would highly suggest we reconsider some of the buffering requirements, because again,
You're talking about from the arterial roads?
really from any, I mean, again, to the point of people's frustration is what they see from the roadways, right? And if we can create better buffers and better, you know, really what happens back in there, if they don't know, is a lot less impactful to them.
Yep.
So I just be cautious from the standpoint of that, because right now it reads to me that you could basically take that buffer and create a berm solution, and actually the berm we're requiring wouldn't fit footprint-wise in the buffer they're requiring. It would require a wider buffer area than that. So just, I know there's other things that we've talked about, tree ordinances and buffer ordinances updates that'll come in the future, but maybe it's just better to address that and not have some conflicting standard that's in here at some point in the future.
Can we just address that too? I think we had agreed as the group about 50-foot vegetated buffer. And the only option for berm was if there were no established buffer there, right?
Yep.
That if it was already cleared and it was just green fields, then the berm needs to be part of that 50 feet.
That's right.
So it can reestablish itself and provide privacy quicker. But other than that, you leave it undisturbed at 50 feet from the arterial roadways.
From even, in my opinion, even if it's a pine tree growth that's only started growing back over the last 5 or 10 years, if it's got height that's creating something, that's there immediately, and it'll continue to mature. And if we take the backside out of it, it's going to fill in with more understory. But yeah, preservation versus replanting. Yeah, the idea there was you're going to have situations, especially agricultural, where a farm field's getting developed. Obviously, just planting some 50-foot buffers will be difficult. So maybe a berm's appropriate. Again, to me, if we're trying to preserve agricultural, rural aesthetics, maybe a berm's not appropriate, right? Because the berm's a berm, right? So
How wide's 50 feet in terms of this room?
each panel is 2 feet wide, I think. So whatever 25 panels is, what's that? It's probably about this room, right? It's probably a little bit more than this room, maybe even, right? So a little bit more than this room. 50 feet is a pretty strong buffer. So I know we've referenced, Rob referenced Bluffton. Bluffton's, a lot of Beaufort County standards and Bluffton standards, their highway corridor overlay standards was a 50-foot buffer. Now, they had a lot of mature trees that were being preserved in that, so you had to plant the understory. But a 50-foot buffer is it really is a pretty strong buffer, especially if it's allowed to grow. I think, again, the landscape architect and me, the last thing we should do is require them to go plant some manicured landscape that the HOA has to maintain forever that actually doesn't suffice as a buffer. People ask me what my opinion on the best buffers are, and I point to the berms that were built during the Great Recession, or right before the Great Recession. We developed all sorts of plans to try to screen those out. At Berwick, this backs up to I-95. They were a big pile of massive berm, literally 40 feet tall. What do we do with it? Well, nobody ever had the money to do anything with it. So for 15 years, pine trees grew on it. And now it is an amazing buffer because there's a berm and the pine trees are there that you don't see the berm. So next time you're driving, right before you get to make the decision to go into Savannah, heading north on 985, look to the right, and there's a big berm there that's right behind it. Yeah, like just let it, but don't require some like heavily manicured landscape, because there's a capital cost to putting this stuff in, and there is a maintenance cost associated with maintaining all this stuff that some of these HOAs will struggle to do. And I know we talked about that there's going to be a required HOA in R1 if we're requiring open space. Somebody's got to own and maintain the open space. So, all right, I'll be done with that. And then the only thing on the amenities, that all amenities shall be completed prior to approval of any subsequent phases. To me, all's very strong, right? So, I mean, I know of several communities where it's recognized that you can't build your main amenity at the exact same time as your first phase. It may be part of the second phase or something, but to try to say that you can't even get an approval, right, to start construction on the next phase before all the amenities, and I guess it's just depending on how they're phased in the side of the amenities, so that just might be something we need to look at. We've talked about street tree sections and such, but the additional standards on the yards for landscape is too great for lots of this size, and that's just for the health of the trees. If we're requiring a street tree every 50 feet on center, plus 2 additional large trees and one of them being in the front yard, there's just not room for all that. So I just want us to be cautious. Like, to me, the best thing, if you look at Savannah, those smaller lot neighborhood, or old Savannah, where there was lots, the street tree was the street tree. We didn't try to force another tree on that lot because it's not going to work well. So, and I think I'll stop there unless there's questions for me.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Fill in that gap for me while I left real quick. Good plan.
We got one more.
Can I make a quick comment regarding the amenities and kind of how we build on when it comes to that? So in many of our communities, he's correct. That amenity plan, like in any good business, you want to get the cash flow. We want to start getting houses sold, right? Start generating that cash flow back. So many times those amenities are put and started within the second phase. We'll be moving through the first phase, building it up, and then those amenities are set into the second phase. And as the second phase is being built at that time, It's at the same time that your amenities are coming online at that point. And then usually by the time you're finishing out or moving out of a second phase, amenities are online. We try to obviously target them if there's pools and things like that, obviously to hit right before summer or school, things like that. So I will say, keep that in mind. And we do that across the board, even when it comes to our age-restricted communities, such as at Del Webb. We might provide something on a smaller scale at that point, but a retiree, usually we start those a little bit early, but that's about the only time that we start the amenity at that point where it's like potentially in that first phase. So any move up, entry level, things like that, it's normally coming in the second phase is when the amenities start, and we're already building into that point.
Right. I'll tell you what brought that up. We've had a few communities around here that have changed hands a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So when that happens, those amenities don't get done.
Sure.
They get kicked down the road, or another phase comes in. So at that point, the declarant says, hey, we haven't met this requirement to meet this 50% margin so far. So it keeps going, and that cost just keeps getting elevated, and it eventually gets thrown to the HOA where they've been collecting on each sale of the house, and it doesn't anywhere meet the need of what the original amenity was supposed to be or sold, to them in an idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, the idea behind that.
Yeah, I think, and it right now, we're building in one where we picked up that it was.
And you guys may do it from start to finish, but.
Yeah, and I know, well, you can't, I understand. I think that the capital, though, of putting that up at that initial stage can make or break a deal in a heartbeat, when you're working on such small margins of return. So that's why I say normally it's better. Now, if you could always set it up in a way that, hey, in phase 2 or phase 3, something, but to do it in that very first phase.
I think you're reading what we intended on this, and that was that let's say you do a first phase, and that first phase doesn't have any amenities in it, right? But it might have like a small little pocket park or something like that. All we're saying is, what we're trying to say in this is that the amenities that go into that first phase have to be completed before you start a second phase. So we're not saying that.
Okay, not the overall project,
Yeah,
just
right.
that phase. That makes more sense to
And
me.
so
Okay.
that's how we did it, if you remember, on Midland Sands, because of that very concern that we had, that it'll come to the very end, and they'll just be like, yeah, we're not going to build it, or we're going to scale it back, or whatever. We're just saying that phase 1, whatever amenities are in phase 1 have to be complete before you start phase 2. Right, and so and if your pool or whatever is in phase 2, or a clubhouse or whatever it is, playground, that's got to be completed before you move to phase 3. That sort of thing.
Which is, would be honest marketing at that point, from your sales perspective. So.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense to me there.
Time out or put them in the amenity, the phase area that that you think will time out to.
Oh, we could definitely adjust that as needed. So
Yeah.
okay.
When the finances work, right?
Maybe a little clarification.
Sure.
On that, I think, because that helped me immensely too, that clarification. But I still think there's going to be the need to clarify what does approval mean, right? Because the timeline process, like, hopefully we could be within 6 months of all the amenities for phase 1 being approved.
I thought we put in certificate of occupancy, or specified that at one time of a certain percentage.
Well, maybe it's just not part of this, but it may be somewhere else in the code, and it just is not referenced here.
Well, I think it might have been a condition of a development approval.
So I think I didn't want to name a specific project. To me, being clear about what that is and when, and what the process, like, maybe you could approve it, right, but they can't technically start or get a CO on vertical construction or something,
phase.
so they could at least be moving forward, because the last thing, they really can't sit there and pause, wait till everything gets there, then submit to get approvals, then get going, because, it's going to be stop, completely built out, stop, so we just need to clarify a process on that.
Forgive me, I don't know. Are builders running on that thin of a margin to where?
Oh, I can't answer that. I don't build, but
It really depends upon the complexity of the amenity. Yes. So if it's a fairly simple amenity, like Tim mentioned, a playground, that's nothing. That's $100,000. We can put in a beautiful playground, right? But a clubhouse with a pool, we're talking that could take a year to build, and it could be 1.5 million, $2 million. Some of his Del Webb communities, they probably spend $5 million on their amenity for their large active adult communities. So I think, you know, one of the things that I was often tied to when I was doing large communities with amenities is they would tie it to a certain percentage of COs. Because if you want to light a fire under a builder, tell me you can't get a CO after a certain number. Right? Phases, I would be careful just using the term phase, because phases typically apply to how we build the development as to what can stand alone. So a lot of times developers will try to develop a phase that's fairly small that they can get started on and start building houses. You can get some return coming back in, actually, not just spend, but actually selling some houses and getting people paying you for them, so that you can keep your internal rate of return up on your projects. So we often will have a little standalone phase where we want to get our model park built and get some of our initial spec homes up and some build to orders up. So that might only be 50 lots in a 500 lot community. So that there's just no way that you can build a huge.
Do you tie it to a certain percentage of the COs?
Yeah, I think I would look at it as a percentage of COs, maybe 50% of the COs that it has to be started by or something and finished by 75% or something like that. I think it'd be more fair to look at it that way. Because if it was 50% of the overall number.
It'd be easier to enforce.
Yeah, it'd be easier to enforce. You just say no more COs, or.
You got X number of COs, this is how many you need, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that probably is a fair way to do it, opposed to just phases.
That would be, though, if you had the total, like, for example, you got a neighborhood that has I'll call it phase one just for sake of phasing, 50 homes, but they have plans for phase two that hasn't gotten site approval yet.
Mm-hmm.
Then, a third phase beyond that. And I believe the phased approach is how we've typically approached things, just because that's just been the wording.
Yeah.
What point in phase one, for example, would you do COs? Like how many COs before the construction starts?
Of an amenity?
Yeah.
It really depends upon the complexity of the amenity.
But I mean, that's what you're marketing, you know what I mean? So
yeah, we want to get it started, as early as we can,
Right.
but just from your initial cash outflow on starting a new development is just huge for the first year, because you're closing on the land and you're starting all your site improvements, you're putting in your pump station,
I don't
you're doing all that
empathize
stuff.
with, that's an investment, that's a business choice at that point.
Yeah, it's a huge cash out. I mean, essentially, we back into what we can pay for land, right? So essentially, you're just driving down the land seller's land price at that point. If someone said, I've got to build the clubhouse in the first phase, I'd have to go back to my seller and say, I need 5,000 a lot off, or 10,000 a lot off, or I just can't make the deal work. It's impossible.
Gotcha.
So, we back into what we can pay for land, and it's all based upon cash flow typically. Can I make some other comments about the R5 zone? One of the provisions says that sewer has to be adjacent. And I'm a little concerned about that being ambiguous, because adjacent, meaning what? If it's not right in front of my property, I can't do R5. What if it's only 100 feet away, or if it's 200 feet away? I think putting any kind of stipulation on that, saying that it has to be someplace, that's really self-regulating, because no developer is going to spend a lot of money to run it, 2 miles to get there. It just doesn't work. The deals don't work at that point.
Adjacent to the parcel and capacity.
No, we can get rid of the adjacent, because essentially what we've done in other, we could require a hookup to water sewer if it's within 1,000 feet, right? But since you can't build an R5 without water and sewer, the requirement is just that you're hooked up to either county or municipal water and sewer. Mm-hmm. And so if it's longer than 1,000 feet and you need to hook up, then you make an arrangement with the county to go farther.
Yeah, I see it as self-regulating.
Yeah. I agree on that. It doesn't have to be adjacent to the property, because it ultimately becomes your responsibility to get it there.
Right. And then there was also a turning lane requirement based upon a unit count. Typically, We look at a traffic study to determine what type of traffic improvements we need to do. Turning lanes sometimes can become complicated if you have a project that has fairly narrow frontage and then really opens up in the back. Sometimes you have to then start buying easements from people to build those turning lanes. So if one isn't necessary at 50 units, like why would you do it at that point? I think you should depend upon a traffic study.
We have that, that's requirement on all our major thoroughfares, like our major thoroughfares. And again, it's, you know, a lot of this too is to mitigate crappy builders, honestly. If you're not willing to invest, you can always take it to another county as well.
Yeah, I agree. I was just thinking a traffic study is going to tell you a lot more than just the number of units. Maybe it would require them to do even more. And we're okay with that too. We don't want our residents to
Well, that actually was.
move
gonna
in
be
and
one
then
of my
start complaining they
suggestions
can't get in and out.
for our traffic study. Anything that's high density has a traffic study.
And I will say that in the subdivision ordinance, for major subdivision, the traffic impact analysis or TIA is required.
Yep.
Where's our cutoff at for
And
the
where
number?
is, what's considered major?
So 10 or more lots would be
So it's already
a
required.
major, yes, ma'am.
The traffic study
A
is, yeah.
traffic study, yes.
Okay.
And if it comes back that it doesn't need one, or it doesn't meet a traffic study requirement, we still have the,
So this, so this came out of steering committee, is one of the provisions that we talked about. But, I mean, we do have the
mean,
traffic study
I
requirement.
don't have a problem
so-
because we have so many two-lane roads. I mean, if we're having to do, decel lanes or whatever to keep the flow going, because we already have enough issues here as it is, I'm just asking, is an either-or situation to where if the traffic study comes in, and it doesn't meet the requirement for traffic study, do we still?
Well, I think no matter what, everything's gonna meet the
But 10
requirement for the traffic study.
Oh,
for
yeah, and I have no
R5.
doubt about it.
Yeah.
I hear you.
10 lots, I mean, that's nothing.
Yeah.
But I think what we have to, we'll dig into it a little bit more to determine what, in the traffic study itself, what are essentially the volume requirements that trigger, these, and it's not just a decel lane, it could be an XL lane, it could be a left turn lane. All of those, need to be considered, and it needs to be, in some cases, you gotta look at it on the road that you're coming off of, that if it's a high volume, 2-lane road, then,
Speed limits and all that too.
there may be more requirements on that than.
Well, that too,
a,
I mean, and you've got to have forethought of, what could be as well.
Right. So let me dig into I'll talk to Jonathan about it, about, what those triggers are to determining, in the traffic study, to determine the need for turn lanes. And to make sure that they can't be, that it has to be based on the entire unit count that they're anticipating there. Because in some cases, they'll, if it's multiple developers going into one piece of property, it becomes, well, then whose responsibility is it to build the
Do the traffic studies
road
take into
improvements.
account already approved undeveloped?
What's that?
Do the traffic studies take into account areas that we have approved that they just haven't developed yet, for example?
Yes, they should,
Okay.
if that information is available.
And they'll even tell you the timing. It'll say like, hey, this particular improvement needs to be installed when you hit this number of units, because at that point, the intersection doesn't function as it's supposed to function.
Understood.
Couple more comments. I think I understand the intent in the ordinance where you talk about a detached townhome, but I'm guessing that is
Are you
just.
moving to R2 or?
No, within this zone, it says you can do 35% of what's allowed in R2. And do you want to address that then, like what defines a detached townhome in terms of like width? Because at what point it just become a narrow house?
Yeah, we did. We based it on if it's a lot width below, anywhere below the 50 feet.
Then it's called a detached townhome, and then you have different setback
Yeah,
requirements.
I think it was 50 feet, or it might have been 40. I don't really remember.
Yeah.
But we based it on, it would essentially be a substandard lot width for a single-family home.
More like a cottage, essentially, like a cottage.
And it could be, but the problem is, what we're seeing is, then we're reducing it to about 10 feet.
It's 50.
50.
It's 50, and then reduce to 40 if they're compact vertical arrangements or whatever.
Okay.
It's written in 55.4.
Okay. In R2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they define it in R2, what it is? Okay, gotcha. Okay.
It's the point being, we can allow the narrower lots, but
Yeah.
they're limited to that 35%
Yeah.
R2 requirement.
I'm thinking from my perspective, if I'm building a neighborhood of single-family detached homes, I prefer mixing in some narrower lots and narrower detached homes opposed to just jumping right into like a 20-foot wide townhouse. And then some other things that I'll talk about later that I think need to be addressed with townhomes as far as like lengths of the buildings and staggering and things like that, I think you can do to enhance the way the buildings look. And then lastly, I know that you were talking about like the kind of bait and switch thing. And there's, I guess what I'm trying to determine is that at what point do we know our architecture is approved? Because there's things in here that say, or other similar features, and, you can do some of these things and get points, but we might consider some other things too. So, like, I know in Richmond Hill, like, before we can file our preliminary plat, we actually have to present our architecture, and they look at all of our elevations, and they go, yep, that meets the intent of the ordinance, that meets the intent, that one doesn't. And then at least we know before we go in and file for our first building permit, all of a sudden I don't meet the requirement. After like, I'm ready to start building houses.
Does Richmond Hill have like a review committee?
It's actually the group of commissioners that look at it and approve the architecture. And basically, the planner will look at it and say, hey, in my opinion, all these meet the requirement. And then it goes in front of the commissioners and they vote on it. And Rob does a lot more work in Richmond Hill than we do. He can tell you the process. I mean, do you think that is a reasonable thing, that you want to know that your architecture is approved before you're going for a building permit?
Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
before we ever get to that point, we've got to know
Yeah.
what we're costing out, what we're building.
Yeah, I mean, part of your underwriting, you got to understand what your homes cost to build. And some of these features are not cheap, like these front porches and some of these things that you're looking for. I also think architectural shingles go a long way, that if you're looking to give a point for something, a 3-tab shingle opposed to an architectural shingle, it makes a huge difference on an elevation, and it gives a homeowner value, right? Instead of being a 20-year roof, it's now a 30-year roof. So I can say to a homeowner, hey, I'm giving you value here with this, and it's a zoning requirement, right?
What is our process, Chelsea?
So currently, right now, it is, just review with staff and then bringing that preliminary plat before you as the commission. And then, we obviously don't have an architectural review board. But again, just relying on planning staff to make sure that it does fit the intent of the ordinance.
On a home-by-home basis. So in this case, what you're probably saying is, these are the homes we want to build there, we want to get all these approved up front, and then, which I don't mind, kind of looking into that process, because particularly if it goes in front of you, even better.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, that's what, I'd love to see it.
And then I have a pretty good understanding, even if at that time, I present to you like 25 elevations, because each floor plan, like Rob said, will have 4 or 5 different variations of elevations. So if I gave you 25 elevations, and you said, hey, all these are good with us, then I know what you guys are looking for. And down the road, if we introduce a new model and a new elevation, I can give my architecture some guidance. I can give the department some guidance and say, hey, all these 25 they found acceptable, so stick with what you're doing here. Make them look like these, and I know we'll be okay at that point.
Well, Anthony and Rob, we may just bring y'all on as consultants going forward. I appreciate y'all's comments. I mean, this has been good. And Ryan, I appreciate your comments too, man.
I was going to
This
say,
has been
I
helpful.
really appreciate this process. It doesn't happen like this in most jurisdictions that I have experience in.
Well, I mean, we're trying to be.
It falls on deaf ears
Trying
usually.
to be fair to both sides, and mitigate just problems that we've had, just because, I personally felt our ordinances were lax to incentivize growth.
Mhm.
We've kind of met the threshold.
Yeah.
And the quality needs to be retained because we've seen the product we've gotten out of it.
One of the suggestions I have is to go through some builders' websites. Like Pulte's a great one to go through because they build a lot of different types of product. Go through ours as well. And I think if you just look at elevations that are offered, that you guys could basically come up with a longer list of things that you would say, yeah, that counts for a point. Yeah, that counts for a point. And then it gives what Rob was talking about, more variety, right? If there's only 3 or 4 things that work for the points, every house is going to ultimately look the same. But if there's more things we can do to get points for, then it gives us, the ability to make the houses look different, which is, I think, what everybody wants at the end. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that it says it has high back curbs throughout, is that right? Is that,
I think we were gonna move
We're
to
gonna-
the
yeah.
rolling,
is that,
I
What?
think we talked
Every
about that.
50
Didn't we
feet,
talk-
you
I
would-
think we talked about that.
yeah, I don't remember.
So
I don't need
when do we look at
originally
making,
we had high back curves.
Yes, originally we did.
so when do we look at like making any changes? Like, I think Anthony said before, the side 7.5 foot setback, would make a big difference, build a better house at 6 foot. I mean, do we look at changing that verbiage or talking about changing that verbiage now? Do we wait till the commissioner meeting to talk about, making an actual
We're
change?
gonna try
or-
and do is take what we get from here,
This is
what
my
we
next
get
agenda.
from the meeting tomorrow, and then try and get something out to y'all as quickly as we can. I mean, some of it's like the R1's probably fairly simple. There wasn't a lot of changes in there that couldn't be addressed, fairly quickly. But R5, again, more requirements in there that might take. I just worry about how quickly we can get it to y'all to review.
I know none of y'all want to hear this, but I don't want to rush R5.
Okay.
I mean, if it takes moving to September to vote on this, R5, I don't mind moving ahead maybe with some of these other Rs, but.
Yeah.
just-
I mean,
the
we can still
idea
pass
that you
some,
Give this to me
right?
Friday or Saturday, and I'm supposed to decide, and we're going to vote on it
Sure.
Tuesday. I don't feel comfortable with that. It's just too rushed. Y'all have, good or bad, you developer people, y'all have given us some ideas that's legitimate things that I think we need to, aside from what the steering committee's done, And to sit here and say we're gonna rush it in 5 days after we've waited, 10 months?
Right.
Because we don't want to move it 2 weeks? I don't know. I know that's gonna make a lot of people have heartbreak, or heartburn.
I obviously have no influence on what y'all's decision is related to that, but as a steering committee member that spent 9 months with it, I would be all about 4 more weeks or whatever it takes to get it right, as opposed to adopting something that doesn't work for us, and then the first time we submit something, we're asking y'all to change the ordinance again. Because it's going to happen with the way it is right now, right? So I think the staff's got we got a lot of great things that we're about to see, probably based off tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's up to you guys, but I did see a bunch of nodding heads back here from the guys that are wanting to do stuff. But obviously, nobody wants another 6 months by any means. It's got to be a time frame.
Oh, I'm
This
not advocating
process-
6
Right.
months.
I mean, this process today, actually, being honest, is going a lot better than what I thought it would. I mean, just, you, Anthony, Rob, the things y'all have said really makes me look at it different. I agree with Beth. I mean, I think some really good things have come through this discussion that I think is, some people may not be happy, but I think it provides us cover to justify if we had to back it up.
I think if we provide them a clear path forward, it takes a lot of questions out. We've already received 3 of things that they just can't determine, and we don't really have a process in our process to address what he was referring to on the architect.
But it doesn't mean we can't move forward with R1.
Yeah, R1 or anyone that.
Yeah, I would say some of those just kind of straightforward. Let's go ahead and,
I'm
move forward with
agreeable
that.
Yeah. It seems to be and we all knew R5 was gonna be the biggie. At least I thought it was gonna be anyway.
And honestly, we didn't really think we'd be able to, we felt we were gonna have to extend at very least R3. And possibly R2. we can probably, with an extra time, I mean, if we had 4 weeks, we could literally probably get it all wrapped up. And the only thing remaining probably after that would be PD, but PD really takes everything that you've all approved and kind of combines it, and that we can just do separately, so.
All right, well, I have a couple.
I think the committee did a great job, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank
y'all got
y'all
it.
for your time.
We're just talking small stuff, important stuff, but.
Yeah. Can I say a couple things? First of all, you brought up the townhome business, this 35%. I don't like mixing it either. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. I just feel like if you're.
I'm not crazy about mixing 20-foot wide townhomes,
Yeah.
like with one-car garages, where you got all these houses with great architectural features. I'm not opposed to doing it when you have like narrower homes mixing in some, or if it's completely separate section.
Right.
I think it works.
Yeah, I just feel like it just wouldn't look good. If we're trying to make a nicer thing, and I know one thing, if I'm gonna buy a house, if I wanna buy a house, I don't know if I want it next to a townhome, you know? So.
I'm saying my personal preference would be allowing some narrower lots and narrower single-family detached than mixing in the town. That's my personal preference. I can't speak for every other builder.
And I'm not sure where that came
I
from.
also don't think townhomes have been well received, because the prices are so close to buying a fairly inexpensive single-family detached. Most people are just gonna say, I'll just save my money and spend $30,000 more and buy the detached home. Why do I wanna go buy a townhouse? You don't have that luxury townhome like you have up north, where people are paying $600,000-700,000 for it. And it's like a real house when you're inside.
I'd rather look at what you're discussing there than allowing townhomes in this mix, because to me it's not. And I also consider townhomes to be more city kind of things, and we're county. So I think I'd like to keep that more rural touch to it. And that sort of leads me to something y'all probably don't want me to talk about, is the comprehensive plan. But I think we need to have where we're gonna allow high density. And usually high density is surrounding the cities.
Yeah.
Okay? And I don't think, now I've looked at it, I wasn't part of developing, so if I'm wrong, y'all let me know. But I don't think we have that allocated. I don't think we have that designated on our comprehensive plan. And I think if we did that, I think that would save us some grief in the long run, particularly with the discussions we're having in your district, okay? Of, oh, well, we want to put this up there. Oh, you can't, because it's not in the high-density area. You know, it's not been designated that. It would also help developers, because y'all would know, this is where I can build, this is the type of homes I can build. I think it would sort of be a better plan. Have I opened up another can of worms? So
I just want to clarify what I was saying before, that it's not that I'm opposed to the townhomes. It's just, I said my preference would be, like we talked about some side setback relief, right? On a 50-foot lot that go into 6. Maybe there is a lot that's not 50 feet wide, a certain percentage of those in R5, where we can build that 30-foot wide home that is more affordable to people, and then have to follow certain architectural enhancements, because it is, you know, a lot more garage door on a 30-foot wide home opposed to a 40. But it'll look so much better than a 150-foot long rectangle with just, 8 garage doors on it and a front door, like for each unit, because that's what a townhome building looks like when they're only 20 feet wide. They're a door and a garage door, and then a couple windows above it. But these 30-foot wide houses, once we get to the second story of it, we can put a lot of architectural enhancements on it to make it look very nice. So I would consider, if you're gonna, having some smaller lots in there, some percentage of smaller lots, I think mixes well with the slightly wider lot, the wider 50s.
I always thought townhomes.
well,
would
it's
give them
it's
PD.
still high density, so I'm
I
still
guess we need to
talking.
define what's high density. If it's on water and sewer, I mean, you talking about lot sizes or number of houses per acre? I mean, what are we talking about?
And that's a question, to be honest, I think we'd have to
We need to
define.
just discuss.
I think we'd have to define that, but I'm just saying it would seem like a lot of our discussion before this has been, what are we gonna allow and where? And so maybe we need to look at a little bit more, if we have a plan of what we're gonna allow and where, it will take away some of these people coming up here saying, I want to do this. Well, you can't do it,
From what the discussion I heard, though, because of the lot width, they're pushed to the R5. Read that earlier, what, to get the density they wanted?
Well, yes and no, and I think what we didn't want to see.
Debating, I'm just saying.
No,
I
no,
understand. We
I
need to
think it's
figure out
something
I
we
think
got
that's more of a
discussed.
land use question, that.
Maybe.
I don't know if
Because
that's a zoning
it's that whole
question.
trade-off thing that we put in R5, right? Which is, we're asking a lot of open space, for a lot of open space requirements. Because remember, open space doesn't include wetlands, doesn't include buffers, right? So we're asking for you to put in a lot. In return, we agreed to allow you to essentially to cluster your houses on smaller home sites, but we want a lot of open space. So in a lot of ways, R1, our fear it would be actually, it would involve a lot more land clearing because essentially you didn't have the open space requirement anywhere near of what R5 was. And it simply wouldn't look as nice. So we were simply just trying to say that, kind of limit your lot sizes to a little bit larger in R1 so that it doesn't look like an R5 light. Simply to avoid the cost of open space and amenities. But anyway, I mean, it was, it's kind of, we personally think that, or I personally think that there'll be a lot more trees left undisturbed in an R5 than an R1. Because in an R1, you tend to clear the lots and build on it, where and the lots are big. In R5, really the areas that are going to get cleared are just where the lots are, and the open spaces, for the most part, is going to be left in its natural state. But I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at. Is it density? Yes, but it's density with a massive commitment to leaving a lot of land undisturbed.
But I do think we'd have to define it.
Yeah, just.
Yep.
Yeah, we have to do it.
And I
have
will
no
say,
idea.
the one concern I have about the cities, doing it around the cities, is where two of our big cities are. They're right on 21, and that's going to be a headache for a very long time, even with the widening. So.
I think you'd have to find a happy medium, I
Yeah.
guess, somehow.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah, and that's
I
kind
was
of the
mainly
point I've been
thinking
trying
about
to
all
get
our
across.
discussion in the 3rd district. Is
Yeah,
what
I mean, typically
led
you
to
want to
that.
put your higher densities around your commercial areas just for, sales tax reasons alone. And-
That's right. Well, like apartments and so on and so
Right.
forth,
And
absolutely.
walkability as
Yeah.
well. So.
Can I add just one thing, because I'm excited we got down the future land use map rabbit hole, because I actually think it's other than the water and sewer map, it's the most powerful map you have as a county. The aspect of that, I do think, like, next step, like really taking a deeper dive on what that means, because all the intent statements, that is a huge improvement, right? To me, the intent statement should be, anytime we go to it, what is the intent of this? Is it meet the character of the area, right? That intent statement should relate back to our character areas of our future land use map, and that future land use map should say, in this character area, zoning district X, Y, and Z is appropriate, right?
And
And
they
if
have
it's
the
not,
ability-
if it's not, you have the right as an applicant to amend the future land use, like to change the future land use map, right? But we can make that as part of the process, and then it's another decision that has to happen. I do think, from a standpoint of density, to Commissioner Floyd's point, what is density, especially R2, R3. R3, I think we all recognize as dense. R5, especially if the R1 standards, hopefully R5 is not considered dense where there's sewer, because that's the only sewer option we have to provide housing, basically, with these standards would be R5. So just keep that in mind. I mean, that when people ask, like, what is the most important map do you look at, like, our first answer is, where's sewer planned to be? Then future land use map, because hopefully the future land use map reflects where the county is investing sewer and recognizes that they need some growth in that area. So that's all I was saying. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we've hit on R5 pretty well. We can move to open space if you're agreeable to that. That way we can take a look at that ordinance as well. Okay.
Let's do it.
And before she gets started, I'll just say the reason we did open space as a separate ordinance is simply because we felt it should apply across the board to everything that has an open space requirement, which in our case is which is all the R's, right? Because
Yes.
the B's only have a green space requirement. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this on the screen is the proposed open space ordinance. And so, you know, initially, like Tim said, you know, this has been a big part of all the art districts. So we can go through here. You know, again, this is to encourage the new residential developments, you know, especially R5 with that 25%, or R2 and R3, as you'll see, for the preservation of land for the recreational and aesthetic purposes. So we have the definitions. Go ahead.
Can you start with the formula?
Yeah.
I think that might be a good way to start because it gives you a really good.
Okay. So we do have a formula for.
Last thing.
Yes.
There it
And
is.
let's start here. So one of the things that we really wanted to add to this ordinance was an example of how this could be utilized. So, for example, a total site area may have 200 acres. And then there's the wetland or the environmental constraints, the things that are not considered part of your open space. So wetlands, buffers, and then again, any inaccessible uplands that would be surrounded by buffers, or by wetlands, excuse me. So if your wetlands are 40 acres and your buffers are 25, and then of course that inaccessible is 4, you would take that total and subtract it, or those totals, and subtract it from your overall acreage. In our example here, it's 131 acres. That is what is left. And then you would take 25% of that, which would give you your open space, or yes, your required open space. So, or I'm sorry, I have that all wrong. Your required where you can build.
And if I could just say something on that example, that is like the math in that, I mean, it is based off the way the code defines it. And when we estimated the acreage and buffers, we didn't just make up a buffer acreage. We took what an R5 35-foot buffer would be and figured out what the linear edge would be. So you've heard me say 25% is going to be challenging to meet. I just want to make sure, like, that is 25% in addition to the 25 acres out of 20, so another eighth of the property is gone in buffers as well, right? So just, that is a real number, not just something that was kind of made up, and it could have only been 2 acres of buffer. It is really going to be that kind of percentage on the R5.
And so we start off with 200 acres. After we back out all that environmental constraints, you basically have 131 buildable acres. And of that 131, 25% of it, 32.8 acres, are going to have to be put aside for usable open space.
So they get to use about 48% of what they buy. But I get it.
So,
And then start. I mean, then then we can start from from beginning on that. I just wanted to let you know how we create how you create that basis first.
all right. Oh, sorry. Perfect. So let's kind of go back up here and take a look at the other parts of this. So, again, just creating definitions for open space, green space, usable open space, you know, your recreation types. Let's see. And I apologize. Kim is telling me this isn't the updated version. There is, what you have in your packet may have more definitions in it as well.
So we And so if we can just talk about what the difference between green space and open space. Green space generally is always open space, but open space isn't always green space. And so what I mean by that is open space can include things like amenities, playgrounds, that are hardscapes, but green space is generally a vegetated area, but it could be a maintained vegetated area like a lawn. Green space is also, we include buffers in green spaces. We don't exclude them. For this, they're not going to have any problems meeting the green space requirements. But we put the definition in here really for the B and the business and the industrial, which actually have green space requirements, not open space requirements. So I wouldn't get too hung up on what green space is, certainly on the Rs, because they're going to meet whatever requirements they are just by the open space.
So again, in R1, R2, R3, and R4, we initially had 10%. However, I know one of the things we talked about in steering committee was that the open space requirement for R2 and R3 will probably be more than that, closer to that 25%. With R5. So, and then at least 10% of the net site area must consist of vegetated green space, as Tim said.
Which they'll probably meet just with their buffers.
Since there's a different version than what we're seeing though, right? So-
Yeah, I think I have, I
So
think
there's just a
not
couple,
get her that
on the definitions, there's a couple that like, if now is our time to comment on them, even if they weren't.
If you've got a comment on it, she's gonna email the correct version to Chelsea while you comment on it.
All right, well, I'm just gonna say, in the definitions on the U8 and U10, the committee's stance on that was to define a spatial area, not to say you had to build a soccer field that complies with the U8, U10 regulation. You shouldn't have to put a goal, you shouldn't have to stripe it. It's just to define a minimal area that we thought was a playable, usable space, which I think a U8 field is like 75 feet wide by, I forget, 50 feet, right? It's a decent sized usable field area, but it wasn't the intent that like it had to meet all the technical standards that a U8 soccer field would require. So I know that's a small detail, but I want to be clear.
Okay, we can fix that.
okay, here we go. Let's open this up. All right, take two. Okay, so again, and as Ryan was just mentioning, there is that definition for the U8 and U10 that will.
We'll just get rid of the goal sizing and just leave just the field requirements. And you actually have the correct things under open space requirements if you go under there. We corrected
yeah,
it,
there we
left
go.
R1 and R4 at 10% and R2, 3, and 5 at 25.
25. Okay.
Before we move on from the definitions, can I ask a question?
Come on.
There is a term in here that you do not define, permanent open space. And usually when I see definitions and then I see something called permanent open space that isn't defined, I'm trying to determine what's the difference between permanent open space and just open space. Like, I'm thinking that net area, what you're defining as net area is probably what is permanent open space, like that calculation that you come to ultimately.
Where are you seeing the permanent?
It's in 347.3, and then it's in 1 and 2. It says permanent open space.
I don't even know why it's permanent there.
It just needs to be removed.
Yeah.
I just got picked up from where,
Yeah, so we don't need to have.
So it's just,
permanent-
it should just say open space?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay. And then open space can be any one of these categories, green open space, usable open space, all those qualify, the fields, all those qualify
I mean,
as open
is
space.
there a chance that it could not be open space someday?
active you mean where we list them out, types of open space?
Yeah, I mean, where you have the permanent in there.
No, I don't think, we never discussed permanent in
No.
the committee, so I'm thinking that might have been a carryover from an ordinance that we used for a basis.
Do you
for
think
this.
maybe the intent was to say it has to be deed restricted, so that like down the road, the HOA can't just suddenly say, hey, let's build a house on this?
Well, we can just put that in the definition as open space is permanent. Yeah.
The other question I had is under open space, it says land within a subdivision set aside for recreation, resource protection. Resource protection, I'm thinking, is wetlands, and we know wetlands doesn't count towards open space, and at least on the way it's written right now.
There are instances where you can have land set aside that may not, that may not meet the requirements of.
Like if it was isolated wetlands that aren't jurisdictional, they would count?
What's that?
Well, there's jurisdictional and then there's non-jurisdictional wetlands. So sometimes, isolated wetlands you can do what you want with them. You can fill them and you can pay mitigation fees to fill them if you
Yeah,
wanted to, or you can leave them alone. And then they count at that point if I choose to leave them alone?
Are we saying that jurisdictional wetlands is what we have to back out?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so the wetlands, when we define them, are jurisdictional wetlands.
Okay, so I'm thinking that isolated wetlands, non-jurisdictional, would count towards open space at that point. So if I had an area that I technically could clear and fill if I wanted to build on it, if I leave it alone.
It would have to be
Yeah,
filled to get credit.
you would
for
have
it,
to
right?
meet one of these definitions.
Yeah, it would be
And so let's say
vegetated
you-
and open,
Let's say you
yeah.
made it into so I can't tell you yes or no because it ends up what it's developed into.
Or just leave it alone. I'm saying if it's,
Okay,
just
so
leave
let's
it
say
alone.
He's saying
let's-
not to mess with it.
Yeah, say if you leave it alone,
Mm-hmm.
and it's accessible, like it's not surrounded by a jurisdictional wetlands.
That'd be unusual, yeah.
Because that's the key thing. It has to be.
Yes.
It has to be usable for the
I was
folks.
wrong, yeah.
Okay, and I was also gonna get to the point of like the walking trail credits, and I don't know if you want me to just to comment on that while I'm
Can
here?
we get to that first?
Sure,
Yeah.
yes, okay.
Okay. So again, the list of what will be required for the zoning districts. So no single open space parcel shall be less than a minimum of 2,500 square feet in size or 30 feet in width unless part of a trail. And so that came out of when we get to the trails, as you'll see, if you put a trail around a detention pond, or you have a shoreline that is accessible, it does need to be at least 30 feet. So again, here's your active recreation areas, playgrounds, the sports fields, dog parks, picnic areas. So just making sure we list those out. And then your passive recreation areas. So again, your scenic overlooks, your nature observation, ponds and lakes without pier and dock access. And picnic areas fall under that as well.
What's the asterisk referring to?
It's because there's a separate formula for how we give credits for ponds, right? Because in most cases, if it's a detention area, then we say that you can, if it's a detention area that's accessible to folks, right? And then we kind of go into detail on how the formula is based on that. Let's say you've got a pond, but 75% of it people's homes back up to, right? So only 25% of it is really accessible to all of the residents in the neighborhood. right, you would get credit for 25% of the surface area of that pond, the shoreline, right? And if you had a walking trail around the entire thing and it was accessible to everybody, you get a credit for 100% of it. There's a caveat to that because here you're going to have to put in detention ponds anyway, and we didn't want people just simply, taking the cheap way out and putting trails and benches around ponds versus putting, playgrounds in and so on and so forth. And the caveat is you can only meet 25% of your open space requirement with a pond or a water feature. And for that reason, because more than likely you're going to have, your ponds are going to take up in some of these neighborhoods a very large percentage of your property, and so we just didn't want to find some inexpensive way to call them open space. We wanted to put a limit on it. So that's anyone that you see there. We put an asterisk on it because there is a limit based on that formula.
Do we have a threshold for like a playground or a threshold of these particular open spaces they could get credit for? X number of houses.
And we didn't. We wanted to incentivize it, but we didn't want to require it because every neighborhood's different, right? Some neighborhoods, don't want a pool. Some neighborhoods, and so what we did so that we incentivize it, because we know it's a lot more expensive to build a playground, swimming pool, or clubhouse than it is to have a field.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm looking at particularly just outdoor recreation periods, so let's exclude clubhouses and all that.
Right. So in order to incentivize it, we gave more acreage credit towards those hard amenities than we would than a simple field, and because I don't know if you can come up with a formula that says you have this many houses, you have to have a pool, because some folks just, I don't want a pool. I don't want to deal with the headache at all.
Well, pool's something that requires operations and maintenance.
Right. They don't want the high HOA fees and all that. And so we didn't necessarily want to make those hard amenities a requirement, but we did want to figure out a way to encourage them to build them if they thought that they made sense.
I just didn't see trails as like a hard amenity or a pond as a hard amenity, whereas something that's going to require like HOA fees is a pool, clubhouse, things that have to be maintained.
Costly maintenance.
Correct. So I didn't know if we were doing any kind of requirement for that, and I know we've been trying to develop our walking trails, period. And then interconnectivity between our neighborhoods as well.
And so there's kind of two ways we were looking at that. So we did incentivize, because we know the value of the trail system, right? We know that's something everybody's asking for. So we did incentivize that as well. Higher credits for it, and of course higher credits if it's paved versus like a gravel or a tabby surface on it. But for the interconnectivity part of it, we were looking at something separate on this to just simply figure out if we could make it a requirement that if the road frontage of your neighborhood was within a planned in the trail plan that y'all just approved, then there would be a requirement to construct the trail in front of the neighborhood. So we were looking at both both angles of it. We haven't really got to the bottom of of building the trail kind of on the exterior of the neighborhood yet, but we did spend a good amount of time for the internal trail system and incentivizing that.
And to kind of piggyback off of what Tim was saying, under recreational facility requirements, in a major subdivision, so for every 200 residential lots, one multi-purpose field, being U8 or U10, would be required. And then one playground is also required for every 200 residential.
Okay, so we do have a,
Yes, sir.
What constitutes a playground? I'll ask that question. I mean, when we're requiring specific things like that, there's going to be a minimum standard applied to what qualifies as a playground.
yeah.
I mean, because I personally think a playground for every 200 units may be a little excessive. I would rather a big joint playground be built in a 400 unit community, but it just needs to be, we'd have to clarify that. I didn't remember that piece being in there, so, on the playground aspect.
Yeah, we kind of limit ourselves to flexibility on that, so.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of limits us to our flexibility for specifically listing a playground without the.
I mean, one play structure would technically qualify as a playground. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that was the intent, but I just think it needs to be clear. And didn't be cautious that playgrounds are litigious things that I don't know that we want to make people have to put in.
Well, he said $100,000 for a playground, possibly.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Is that for all residential communities?
Yes. So, and so within our open space, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, yeah, that's a
He
good
builds a
point.
lot of age-restricted communities.
Yeah.
One playground for every 200 units may be a little.
That's why I was
not-
saying, do we want to put it as a playground, or do we want to set a value that can be invested into a trail system or
Yeah.
whatever?
And you've got 25% open space, right? Y'all have got a lot included in
I
here.
mean, we're
Adding one
giving
piece is a lot.
playgrounds 3 times the area credit. So that to me seems like something that if I'm a developer and I want a hard amenity that I know that's going to help me sell, a playground's probably it. It's something on the top of the list. I may be wrong.
But not at Sun City.
What?
But not at Sun City.
But
They
not
don't
at
want
Sun City.
playgrounds.
There you go.
They've
That-
even got restrictions on
You might want
children,
a
right?
tennis
It
court.
really depends on your demographic, yeah. It depends on your demographic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't even want children there, so you don't want a playground.
I wanted to ask how the area credit is calculated for a clubhouse, a pool. Because generally speaking, we're going to take maybe a 3-acre parcel or a 2-acre parcel or something. There's going to be parking for the cars. There's going to be the open-air pavilion with bathrooms and stuff, and then there's going to be the pool. And then there might even be some sport courts, like kind of all located on that 2 or 3 acre parcel. It would, if I was smart, I'd locate them all on different parcels, because then I'd keep getting a lot more area credit. But it would be so impractical that, hey, you can swim in the pool over here, but you got to go 3 lots down to use the clubhouse. You know, so the
why would it
area
be-
credit is important, how that's calculated.
But if the campus is 3 acres, you're going to get 9 acres worth of credit. I don't understand how separate.
No, I'm saying area, I'm thinking, is it just the clubhouse structure, or can I,
Oh,
do I
no,
count
no,
the
no,
parking
no,
area and everything?
It's everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you should just might have clarified that it's the lot that is set aside for
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
of those things. Okay, so putting, like, and Rob had said, I think that a really enhanced playground is better than like 2 playgrounds with a swing set.
Sure.
So that's important. And as far as
we-
walking trails are concerned,
Yeah.
twice the width for the credit might be a little light. Trails are a lot more expensive than you think to put in, especially a paved trail. So that's something that you might want to consider. Again, like Ryan said, we're 25% open space of the net developable area is a big ask. So in order to enhance that open space, I think you'd want to encourage it to be enhanced with things like trails and stuff. it's gonna be discouraged if the cost of doing it cost us more than the credit we're getting. Like you should want to incentivize it so that these communities are really well amenitized.
Didn't we also talk about maybe giving some points about not cutting down some of the older, like oaks and that kind of stuff? Were we gonna try to tie that into
I believe
some
we
of
were
this
tying that
too?
into the tree ordinance.
Yeah, we're
The
gonna
tree
try and
ordinance, that
set
we're
up
gonna
a
give
tree
some
ordinance,
credits,
yeah.
maybe if you could leave some of the, you know, if you had a huge oak tree that, you could even tie it into your clubhouse, I mean, where you gonna put that or something, and award some points for not, you know,
Well, it's an interesting point in that, you know, you try and figure out a way to incentivize and not require, and so that if saving a grand oak, you know, we could put that in, let's say, the tree ordinance, that you could get, you know, credits for open space,
Open space.
enhanced credits for open space. We put it in both, maybe.
I think we ought to look into that, because you're talking about building something that's gonna look nice in the future, I mean, you've already got something there, you know, you got this beautiful oak.
Yeah, the tree ordinance.
I certainly think until we have a tree ordinance, it would be a great thing to add in here to give some incentive to keep it if we've got some decent
Ordinance
trees.
needs to be
We've got some nice
sooner
trees.
than
yeah.
later, because it's tying into everything we're doing here.
And I actually apologize, I'm gonna have to leave, well, I guess we're all gonna have to leave in a second, so I'm gonna try to get a couple things out. I'll be quick. On the density bonus, if there is still a consideration for the density bonus, if we're going to give a bonus, it's got to be useful, right? Right now, this way it's limited, it's not allowing you to reduce the lot widths or the square footage. So I think all it would allow you to do is reduce the depth, which would make you have to make a wider lot, which we've all heard is counterproductive. That's not a bonus, that's a disincentive. So just, and it may be that the numbers of things just got flip-flopped around. On the trails and open space credit, the committee had talked about 3 times the credit, so I see it's 2 times in here now. So if there's a support and appetite for that, because from the county-wide recreational plan, as well as the top amenity that any community that we work in, no matter where it is, from Tennessee to Florida to North Carolina to Alabama, is trails. So if we can incentivize people to build trails, to me, we should give them as, you know, not excessive amount, but really incentivize it to be that is one of the things that they choose on almost every project to do, is to put some rail trails in associated. And the last thing I'll land on, and I don't know how we get to the point of vetting all this out to see what it really means until you see plans come forward, but I think 25% is aggressive and too high. That is a lot of property. I've told the committee that it's a lot, especially considering we looked at the math of how you got there. The example is great. I asked staff, could we make sure we provided clear examples? There's a second half of that where I went through the math of what I thought a good amenity space would be, or a good plan would be, and we were still about 11 acres short, I think, of meeting the requirements on that. So, you know, that's just one thing that we had to work through and see how it works all out, but 25%
It's a good
of,
compromise, something like trails, keeping that, but compromising with more credit for trails.
more credit for trails. I'm gonna be honest, I personally think a well-planned, yes, it serves a stormwater function, but we need stormwater. A well-planned lake or pond that's accessible to everybody, we shouldn't limit that to accounting to 25%. It shouldn't be 100%. I agree. We need other things beyond that, but there's a lot of communities that give you 50% credit for something like that. Because that, to be honest, if you've got a trail adjacent to the lake, unless it's a trail in the woods with shade during the hot time, where are people going to want to be? The trail at the lake, right? So that,
Eliminated that, it's been years ago, but they were using that as their green space, and I think we just eliminated 100%. So I mean,
So
if it's maintained.
if there's no
it's-
standard to it, I agree for us.
But if there's a trail around it, they can fish or use it, then a portion of it, I would be good with that.
Well, I think they were using their detention ponds
Well,
as
that is what it's going
part-
to be.
They
I mean,
right off
part of
the
that. But I remember back when we did our stakeholder community meetings, we had 3 stakeholder meetings for recreation. Trails was the #1 item.
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody picked they wanted.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard. I mean, even the trails we accomplish with this will be internal to the community. I think a big incentive, like if you at least, maybe if they stub their trail out to the
That's
adjacent
what we were
property,
talking about,
but,
yeah.
you know, every time we show a trail stubbed out or a road stubbed out to adjacent people's property, that's the people that don't want us to develop in the first place, and we end up having to take them back off the plans.
So you're saying if you put a trail around the detention pond, lake,
I see that as an.
And it's maintained.
And it's
we
maintained,
should
absolutely.
lower the requirement on the amount of space needed
I'm
for
saying
that?
right now, the staff's, the current ordinance is 20, so of that example, I'm just gonna throw out, say it was 10 acres that we had to have, a maximum of 2.5 acres could be that lake area. What I'm saying, if we went to 50, right, 50%, so maximum of 50% of it could be accommodated with that, I think it's gonna be a much easier to accomplish, and maybe you know, the ability to do that will be easier. And I think it's just gonna take testing a bit, but I know from the math I ran through, like, I literally think I had about a mile worth of trails given the credit. I had the limitation of the 25% open space. But absolutely, a pond that's the size of this room, that's just tucked behind 5 lots, shouldn't count at all, right? But if it's a planned pond, planned as part of the neighborhood, planned with things around it, to me, it is probably one of the
Picnic
best open
tables or
spaces we
little
can create,
gazebos,
right?
something where it's
So-
actually useful.
What's
for
the
the
name of
Right.
it on Blue Jay that has the big one in the front? I forget the name of it.
But,
That would be a
right,
good
it's not black,
example of-
the entire perimeter of that, the people that use it, plus the neighbors going down the road probably can use it a little bit too. So, I just wanted, because I do think that's a great standard, establishing the credits, encouraging trails, encouraging the amenities, but not requiring things that are gonna be overly burdensome. Let the developer decide like what can work. Those aspects are good. I'm just a little concerned that we're gonna, at 25% without testing, it could be a really, really challenging thing to meet. So I'll just leave it at that.
And on that, I mean, I would think that upping the credits for those, you know, higher, more desirable amenities like the trails, like the playgrounds, is better than lowering the 25%.
Yeah, and that's what I was
Correct.
thinking.
Yeah.
Keep
I'm
that
agreeable
at
with
the
that.
base and
Yeah.
incentivize by raising the credits with the things that we want.
You'll end up with a highly amenitized community at that point if a builder knows that he's getting something for every dollar he's spending on an amenity.
Right.
Because we know it's a great selling feature, but if we know we gotta set aside 25% of our space that we're paying for, because it's part of the net developable area, so you're essentially, it's hard to tell the landowner, I'm not paying you for all this net developable space.
Right.
Right? If we can get credits by highly amenitizing it, right? And then it doesn't hurt my density that much, and it creates a great community opposed to a community where everyone just is in their house all the time or in their backyard, and you just got all this open space with trees that no one goes into.
My personal point of view is getting things out of sight, out of mind. So what you do within your community, what you choose to buy in, that's your choice. I mean, you have an option not to buy there and buy somewhere else. You know, I'm thinking of like Shadowbrook, for example. I would never know there's 500 houses back there unless I took the ride down there to go, you know, see. And what they choose in that community to do and buy into is there. We have plenty of tree buffer. That's, you know, seems to be the biggest complaint from a lot of our constituencies is tearing down all the trees and seeing in people's backyards and all the mess that's going on. So. And we can't price everybody out of the county too at the same time. So. 10 minutes.
And he mentioned the bonus, and I just want to go over that really quick. And so, you know, if there's, if we wanted to, so we said they put aside 35%, you know, when all the formulas are placed, and it equals 35% of the total usable acreage, based in the formula, that there could be a density bonus in that. And of course, the only way you could achieve that is by reducing the lot size. We originally set this up as that, you know, we were gonna leave the frontage as is, but I mean, you know, and just, it would only affect the backyard side. But, you know, I don't know if it, you know, to Ryan's point, I don't know if it really matters, that, you know, if they want to, you know, if we just wanted to kind of reduce everything by 10%, I mean, it's a net positive to the, you know, for the neighborhood, because you're getting at least 35% usable open space in the neighborhood. So we had left it in there that you can reduce the lot size, but you have to leave the frontage width the same. But, you know, I'm somewhat indifferent to that.
Yeah, it's really not a bonus if it doesn't change the width of the lot, make it narrower, because it's gonna cost the same to improve it. I might as well just make it a wider home and a more expensive home, and there's nothing affordable in the neighborhood. There's not the house for the teacher or the policeman in the neighborhood.
And what he's saying, and too, with that, I mean, putting a dollar amount to it, I mean, if you're looking at basically running, let's just say, 1,800 a linear foot of road frontage. So every time that you go over an unneeded usable space of linear foot of road, you're just tacking that onto the cost of the house to build.
So you're saying it's not worth even putting it in there? Is that what you're saying? It's not worth it?
Well, reducing the lot depth doesn't help us at all. Reducing the lot width saves us about $1,800 a foot.
And it's 45, and that would be 45-foot width to 50-foot width. So really not, you know, I don't think it affects things that much. But, you know, I do like the option of having more open space. So it's kind of, you know, you're torn in between the two of them. You're just there, you know, there's 10% more open space, and the end result is, you know, they just have to, they're agreeing to build on smaller lots versus the larger lots. So.
I like the open space, but I like the open space to be usable open space as well, so.
The what?
I like the idea of the open space, but for it to be usable.
Yeah.
As well. I mean, like you said, a 35-foot wide stretch of grass.
Well, would this tie into what we were talking about, the possibility instead of townhomes, those smaller lots?
Mm-hmm.
But you said you weren't reducing the width of the lot.
Well, no, I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is it could tie into that if you did reduce the frontage of the lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what we were saying, I mean, 30 feet is the minimum to count, right? I mean, but 30 feet is about the width of the stream. So, I mean, we plan on the ends of intersections a lot of times, as opposed to having a driveway from a home, we'll have a pocket park that absolutely is usable. It's not huge, but it's usable and beneficial to that neighborhood. From a standpoint of the density bonus, 10% more open space. I mean, I've already said I thought 25 was going to be hard. I mean, if you got to 10% more that is, to your point, usable, right? And I think the way that it's defined right now, requirements are pretty strong to be usable, because you've already got 20 or whatever it was, 12% of it gone to buffers. So that's not counting toward it. Never comes back. The buffers never count. So to me, it's beneficial, but only to the standpoint of if it is allowed to be the lot width reduction along with a square footage reduction, because just reducing out of the back to the point is really not creating any development cost improvements related to that. Thank y'all.
And I don't know where we put it. Oh, yeah. So right above that, we also give them credit. And of course, we'd have to agree to it, right? So that if they had a development and they were going to put land aside for a county park or any county facility, it's just dedicate land to county for use. They could get credit towards their open space there as well. And so we don't put a higher percentage on that. Now, if they were to improve it, you know, and put pickleball courts and then dedicate it to the county, obviously we'd give them the higher credit for the pickleball courts and dedicating it to the county. But if they were dedicated to the county raw land, it would just be, you know, the net usable acreage on that raw land that they would get a credit for. And then, of course, the obvious benefit of that is then it's an asset to the county as a whole versus just the community.
Sure. Do we need to define that in here?
Define.
The, just non-developed land versus an amenity and the credit potential for such. I know it could get in the weeds, but
Well, we kind of put it as, open space shall be maintained by, and by doing it that way, if they, obviously the homeowner association is one, the county is another, if we agree to take the land. And so therefore, what's on that land is subject to the formulas of the open space, prior to them handing it over to us. So if they improve it, they get credit. If they don't improve it, they don't get as much credit. They just get whatever's in the formula.
what would incentivize them to build a tennis court then or something for a basketball court? Or like how much credit would they get?
3 times the,
3 times?
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I promised the last time because I am leaving.
That's the third time you
Yeah, no, to me, if we really wanted to incentivize that and there was a deed for a public space then they should get more credit than building it for the community. Do 6 times the credit and you turn it over and be a public tennis court, that would maybe incentivize them, right? Because otherwise, if all I'm doing is deducting the acreage out of my net usable, I didn't get any benefit out of it. Right, right. And maybe it's just that public park is one of those things that's listed, and then one of the
Steer my
incentive
eyes to
credits
that and
is
go,
if you
hey.
turn this over to be open to the public, like not just to your residents,
And
then that's a big incentive.
And we don't have to take it, right? We can say, well,
Don't need it.
that's surrounded by your neighborhood. It's only going to be used by your neighborhood. You're just handing it over to the county for us to maintain.
Right.
Right, so it's completely up to us to determine that will actually be a true community asset versus, a county asset versus a community asset.
Would
So
it be something that's developed, like, we could name a list of things that it'd be worthy of a 5-time credit versus a 3-time credit or something like that?
Well, I honestly think just by saying that we have the discretion, we can kind of make that
deal then.
determination, whether, when you all want to accept it, then it gets the higher credit because they handed it to us. Like, let's say, if they build it up, and then hand it over to the county, they get double the amount of credits that they would before, or something. I don't know what it is, or
Yeah.
1.5.
I don't know how much they would do that, because if I'm doing a development and I'm
Yeah.
trying to sell people there,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden I hear that you're gonna open this up to the public,
If it's on the frontage though, if it's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
in the community, say if it's on the
now, if
highway.
it would be away from, maybe
Yeah, if
away,
it was
but,
within walking
but if you've
Neighborhood
got to
tucked
come into
behind
the
it.
development,
Yeah.
that'd be a turnoff for me to buy.
Sometimes we buy property and the land's non-contiguous, so something like that would make perfect sense.
Yeah, no, something's not,
Yeah,
that would be.
we'll throw it
Don't
in
have to
there if
cross
they
a
don't
lot
want to
of
do it.
wetlands to get
Yeah.
to it, but it's accessible from a road somewhere.
Right.
Then it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and then it wouldn't be technically part of the
Yeah, but to
development.
invite them into the neighborhood and say, hey, you can use our pool.
Yeah.
Those are
No. Yeah.
So Tim, on Tuesday, so we'll have first reading, I guess, for the business zonings, industrial, and then maybe R1?
No, I think we passed the business zoning
That's
and
the second
industrial,
reading.
at the last meeting.
Okay.
And the ARs.
Yes.
Do R1.
Yeah,
And industrial, we've done the second reading on that?
Mhm.
Okay, I don't remember that.
I
Okay.
think you were
I
out.
think you left early for.
Yes, I went to Moultrie, yes, okay.
Um,
All right, so business, so commercial and industrial are out of the
Are
moratorium?
done. They're out of the
Okay.
moratorium.
All right.
And then, so in this next meeting, we can, obviously, we'll do a quick turnaround on R1. We'll, at the very least, try and get you something before on R5. But we also put on the agenda the extension of the moratorium. And then we could always, just amend the extension to say everything but R1, right? Because we've decided to pass that. And then, we can figure out, we did the extension for what?
90 days.
We did it for 90 days, but but we imagine that we will, just so we don't have to keep doing it. And so if we get at the next, in a month, let's say, if we get the R5s and everything done, we can just end it, early. I have a feeling that a month is more than enough time on the R5 stuff, but we really haven't discussed the R2 or R3. So we'll, we'll probably just have a workshop on that. And then we may be able to get those done in 6 weeks. The multifamily stuff done in 6 weeks.
So so all the ARs have come out too?
Yeah, so, just so
No.
you know on that, we did do the AR3. We took all the family, language
Still
out
got
of
a vote on
AR2.
AR3.
Yeah, and so we kind of left it up to the board to determine the appropriateness of a AR2 zoning for a piece of property.
Okay.
But, yeah, okay.
Hey, Ryan's here.
Be clear to the committee, like what our expectations are of R2 and R3 going forward, since it sounds like it's continuing forward. I like the idea of this workshop, and maybe we get more than a year as opposed to having individual committee meetings and do a workshop.
Yeah. That's what we'll do.
Yeah,
I was thinking maybe if
sort of
it
cut to the
worked.
chase a little quicker.
Like a 3 o'clock workshop.
That's what I was gonna say,
before
if we
meeting.
could get in at 3 o'clock and
Yeah.
get a couple hours in before our regular meeting, I think we could probably knock it out. And you guys get us as much information ahead of time as well.
Mhm.
Within reason, though. Don't rush. I mean, really and truthfully, if we're going, don't try to just do everything, because then you can't do a good job sometime when you rush.
Well, we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel here, so.
Well, Anthony, I like your, your comment, I guess it was on the incentives, it's, really doesn't do any good to have 25% open space if nobody uses it. And I agree. I mean, I would rather see usable stuff in that space that everybody wasn't inside, their house, so that was a good point.
Back to that, the varying lot widths, when we can build, like if we were able to get in there and build some percentage of those homes on the narrower lots, which lowers our development cost substantially, it allows us to offer different square footage homes at a different price point, that drives absorption. So now instead of maybe selling 4 homes a month, I might sell 7 a month. I get through the development faster, and obviously we can pay more for the land, so we're getting your land sellers' values back up. So we're saying to them, hey, I'm gonna build a highly amenitized community. I'm gonna be able to do 7 houses a month because I'm selling 2 different products essentially. So you're really not losing all this value of the open space. People see it as value in the home, and they wanna live here.
And again, people choose where they wanna live and buy where they wanna live, so, they can choose their densities or not.
Yep, and then you got the R1 zone if they want the half-acre lot and their own pool in the
Yeah.
backyard.
What's that development in Old Bluffton y'all were referring to?
The
Walk.
Yeah, that's
The walk.
That's
The
Rob's,
walk.
that's a Pulte development in downtown Bluffton.
The walk.
That's the one, that's the close one I think of, where we did the narrower lots with the 30-foot wide product.
That's 2-story homes there too, isn't it?
Did you do that? Yeah, that's it.
Are those 2-story homes in that place, aren't there
Yes, they're
some?
all 2-story.
That's what I thought, okay. I forget why I was in there, no. I was picking up a golf club,
That's
that's
a
what
nice
it
little
was.
community. Those houses sell for like $900,000 now for resales.
Yeah.
Little narrow homes.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'm gonna wrap us up. Any further from anybody? Mr. King, you got anything?
Oh, good.
He said he's on.
Thank you all for y'all's comments.
Yeah, thank you
on
very
time
much.
frame now, so he's doing good.
All right, do we need a motion to adjourn on this and then work up or no?
Don't need a motion to adjourn it, no.
I think so, okay.
We don't
Very
have to
good.
adjourn, do we?
Thank you, guys.
Ooh.